Lies. Chamberlain Codex Book 1. By Emery Cole. Chapter 1. I didn't tell anyone I had dropped out of school or that I was coming home. The few other people who got off the train at Shadow Vale immediately started to disperse, off to places they were expected to be. There was no one to greet me at the train station when I disembarked, so I wandered along Main Street. None of it seemed familiar to me in what little light was left. It was mid-October, and the days were starting to get dark earlier. No matter how many times I go through the seasons, the light change is always disorienting. Like every year, I think it might be different. I guess that's why I had to drop out of college. I got sick of waiting around for things to suddenly be different or to get better. It took me 20 years, but I finally made a decision for myself, and even if it was the wrong decision, I was determined to make it work. That determination finally faltered as I looked around my hometown. I fought the feeling that I had made a mistake, my thoughts rapidly going through a list of everything I had done wrong, from dropping out of college in the first place, to not telling anyone I was coming back, to the scratchy sweater I had decided to wear for the 5-hour trip. The one thing that was painfully clear to me at that moment was that I wasn't ready to go home yet. There really wasn't anything else to do other than go home, especially since I was lugging an overstuffed suitcase and a duffel bag, and it was late enough that most of the stores and shops in town had already closed. So as a compromise, I walked as slowly as I could, prolonging the short amount of time I had left by myself. As soon as I got home, my life would be full of questions again, and I doubted I would have the chance to just sit and breathe when my parents were around. I quickly figured out that was another wrong choice to add to the list. The town was even emptier than I had remembered it, and in the dark it had none of its charm. I sped up, so I was walking at a normal speed, but I still had about a half-hour left until I would reach my house. By the time I started walking down the block where I had grown up, it was completely dark outside. Shadow Vale always felt like a safe place to live, and we pretty much all knew each other. But as kids, we had all been trained not to walk around at night, and especially not alone. I was an adult now, but I still picked up my pace and glanced over my shoulder every third step. There were plenty of rumors around town of what happened to people who walked alone at night. Strange creatures and shadow figures were known to come up behind you and attack. No one I knew had any experience with this, or at least, no one that I actually believed. But that kind of logic does nothing when you're walking alone down a street, and literally, everything around you is casting some sort of shadow. When the street lamp above me started to flicker, I almost dropped my bags and started running. I was proud that I managed to keep my composure, aside from almost tripping over my own feet. Shadow Vale was where I was raised, and was the place that I felt most comfortable in. I knew everything there was to know about the town, and the people in it, and could probably predict what it would be like in the future too. None of that made up for the fact that I didn't know what the hell I was doing with my life, which was growing increasingly apparent. Chapter 2. Mom's voice echoed through the house when she called my name, as good as any alarm clock. Maybe even better. I'd only been back at home for a week or two, and already she was getting on my nerves, and I was pretty sure I was doing the same for her. My legs stuck out uncomfortably at the foot of my bed. I wasn't even that tall, but the bed still managed to feel cramped. Nothing about moving back to the house I had grown up in was comfortable, so I don't know why I was so surprised by how small the bed seemed. Maybe it wasn't the bed that was too small, but that I remembered the room as having been bigger than it actually was. A soft early autumn breeze floated into my room through the cracked window. I sat up, trying to slowly acclimate myself to the idea that I would have to get up soon, but making no actual progress. It was still light outside, but just barely. The last rays of sunlight were disappearing, and I was sure that they would have been a beautiful color if I could see it past the power lines and the rooftops of the neighboring houses. "Morgan," Mom called again, her voice echoing through the whole house. Our house was at least 100 years old, and the walls were thin. Even if she had only said my name at a regular speaking volume, I was sure that I would have heard her. "I'm coming," I yelled back. I pushed the pink ladybug quilt off my legs but made no move to get up. I hadn't been sleeping, but had climbed in bed anyway. That's how I usually spent my days off from work at my family's bookstore, Shadow Vale Books, going downstairs for meals and then back up to bed. Something about living in my childhood room again made me want to sleep it all away like a bad dream. Which is exactly what I did. "Morgan, your dinner's getting cold." It was almost certainly a lie, but I knew it would be true in a few more minutes if I didn't hurry downstairs. I jumped out of bed, not wanting her to call my name for the fourth time. I knew I would be back there after dinner was over, but that didn't make it any easier to leave. Once I was downstairs, I would have to deal with my parents and try to make some kind of normal conversation. Looking around my room, I began to think that going down to dinner wasn't such a bad thing after all. My childhood room wasn't exactly the place I wanted to be now that I was an adult. The walls that were once bright pink had faded in the sunlight over the years, and the decorations in the room were a strange amalgamation of all my interests through my childhood and my teenage years, from stuffed animals to band posters. The faces of my old friends smiled at me through the photographs I had taped onto my walls in high school, making me vaguely wonder if I could call them up and talk as if no time had passed at all. I opened my door and traced my finger over the marks in the doorway where Dad had measured my height until I stopped growing. Maybe that's the reason I couldn't stand to be there. All the little memories that had once seemed so important had suddenly become physical reminders that I was doing nothing with my life. I guess I could have redecorated a bit, but doing that would be like surrendering to living there for a long time. I wanted to move on with my life, and thought that by not being fully settled in my childhood bedroom, I would be more likely to find my own place. When I walked down the stairs, I could smell the frozen chicken parmesan my mom heated up in the oven once a week when I was home. I didn't have the heart to tell her that I became a vegetarian in college, and now the smell of the chicken made me feel sick. She did it just for me, so I forced myself to be grateful. My parents were already sitting at the dining table, but they waited to start eating until I was in the room. Mom looked impatient, so I was sure that it had been Dad who insisted that they wait up for me. I was both grateful and uncomfortable, glad that he cared, but wishing that it hadn't made Mom already annoyed with me before I had the chance to enter the room. "It's nice to finally see you, Morgan," Dad joked. "I was beginning to wonder if you were still alive up there." "Very funny, Dad," I said, rolling my eyes at him. He laughed at me, and I couldn't help but smile. Ever since I was a kid, he had always been good at cheering me up. I grabbed a plate and shoveled some mushy chicken and tomato sauce onto it, trying to get less chicken and more sauce. Even a few bites of the chicken made me feel sick, but I still had to make it look like I had enough food on my plate. "Did you hear?" Mom asked as soon as I sat down. She didn't give any more hints as to what she was talking about, but I knew that it had to have something to do with Isabella. "No," I said. "My sister and I didn't talk much outside of holidays and birthdays, when we were pretty much obligated to. She was invited to join an honor society." Mom smiled at me, but a part of it seemed forced. Like she was putting on a show specifically to make me feel like an unsuccessful burden on the family. And it worked. I pushed around the food on my plate, suddenly losing any appetite I had left after smelling the chicken. "That's nice," I said, trying to sound like I meant it. Isabella was older than me, but only by a few years. We had both been gifted kids, but she had been even more talented than I was. She skipped 2 grades, and was already finishing up her first year in med school, and had only recently turned 22. I, on the other hand, was 20, and had just dropped out of college. Before I dropped out, I was earning good grades and was on track to graduate with a psychology degree. My family had expected me to go to a graduate program to become a psychologist, and I probably would have been good at it. But I realized that being good at something doesn't mean it's what you want to do for the rest of your life. One night I'd woken up at 3 in the morning after a frat boy pulled the fire alarm in my dorm building as a joke, and I realized that I wasn't happy there at all and hadn't been for a while. I didn't even know if I liked my friends or if they liked me. I had been living life only thinking about the next assignment or exam, having that singular goal pushing me through the monotonous weeks and distracting me from the fact that I should have picked a different major. At that point, it was too late to change, and as I pulled on my slippers and evacuated the building that wasn't on fire, I decided that I'd had enough. In the morning, I walked straight to the registrar's office and dropped out. The next day, I had packed up everything in my room into a few small suitcases and took the train back home to Shadow Vale. My parents let me mope around for a few days in my childhood bedroom before putting me to work in the family bookstore. Thank the universe for nepotism, or I'd be even more lost than I already was. I pushed my food around on my plate and listened as Mom kept going on and on about Isabella, like she did most days. This wasn't a new thing for her. Ever since it was apparent that Isabella was better than me, Mom had endlessly talked about her successes as if mine weren't good enough. It was like everything we did was a competition, and I could never win. As we got older and went to high school, it became even more clear that Isabella was better than me in all regards. She was undeniably prettier, with her smooth blonde hair and light gray eyes, looking good enough to date the star jocks without even being a cheerleader. I looked more like my dad, and I had wavy brown hair and golden brown eyes. I liked my appearance, but whenever I stood next to Isabella, it was clear who the beauty of the family was. Now that I was basically an adult, I was done living in Isabella's shadow. I had stopped comparing myself to her years before, but that didn't mean that the rest of my family followed suit. Whenever my mom was in the room, it was only a matter of time before she brought up how proud she was of my sister. I started to genuinely enjoy my days working at the bookstore, since it was the only thing that got me out of the house. There were just enough customers and busy work that I wasn't bored, and I could mope around the store all I wanted, considering whether or not I had destroyed my future by dropping out. It wasn't all bad, but that didn't change the growing feeling of displacement I felt. Because even though I'd spent almost my whole life in Shadow Vale, I knew I didn't belong there anymore. But until I figured out what I was doing with my life, it was the only place I could think to be. "When was the last time you talked to your sister?" Mom asked. On the surface, it was a normal question, but I knew the intention behind it. Recently, she'd been trying to push me to call Isabella, hinting that it would be good for me to have her guidance. Meaning, she wanted me to find a direction in life and stick with it, and thought that if I talked to Isabella, she would be able to get me to go back to school. Mom always talked about how it wasn't too late to sign up for classes next semester. She wasn't wrong, and I was aware that she was only suggesting this because she wanted the best for me, but I didn't think it was what I wanted to do. The only problem was that I didn't have any kind of alternative plan in place. I had the bookstore, and I had hiked through the forest preserve, and that was about it. The truth was, I did need something to do with my life. Mom wasn't wrong there. If I didn't find something to occupy my time soon, I was pretty sure I would default back to college, studying something I didn't care about, and hanging out with friends who weren't going to keep up with me after graduation. I hoped that I would find something better than that. Not because I wanted to, but because I had to. Chapter 3. Shadow Vale Books was almost as old as the town itself. The shop was tucked into the middle of the block, flanked by an ice cream parlor and a greeting card store. In the middle of the street, there was the small train station, which was mostly used by Shadow Vale residents to get to and from work in a more populated city, but during the warmer seasons it became crowded with tourists. You couldn't guess by looking at the town, but it was a popular spring and summer break spot. We had a couple of moderately famous cryptids, plus a lot of hiking trails and antique stores that people could go to if and when they weren't able to get a cryptid sighting. A lot of the time, I'd see night tours when I was walking home from work. Tour guides would hand out headlamps and take groups through the graveyards and historic streets in search of the spirits that haunted the town. It was all a bit ridiculous, but it did bring a lot of customers into the bookstore. I felt like I was continuously telling the stories of mysterious creatures out in the woods, and the shadow figures that my grandma saw when my grandpa died of a stroke. Sometimes I'd even make up a sighting of my own, if I was bored enough of telling the same worn-out stories that I usually did. The lies never really hurt anyone, because real or not, the tourists were entertained. Even though it felt like a scam to me as I restocked those books, some of them were genuinely good and informative. I'd flipped through a few, and even though I didn't believe in any of the supernatural stuff, they made for a good read. At the very least, they told you a lot about what the town was like. We shelved the tourist trap books at the front of the store, on a small shelf next to the register. The word register is generous for what we really had. It was an antique roll-top writing desk with one of those outdated calculators that printed the equations, and a lockbox of cash. The only modern thing in the whole store was the small card reader that I attached to my cell phone. Not that I'm complaining, though. I loved the sound of the calculator's buttons as I added up the price of each book a customer was buying, and something about how tedious the whole process eventually became rewarding. At least it was something to do all day. When I wasn't helping customers check out, I wandered the stacks, reorganizing the books people put back in random locations. When the days were really slow, I found myself stopping to read whenever I found something that interested me. I never got to finish any of the books I skimmed through on my shifts, but I felt like I was collecting little bits of knowledge as I went. We sold both new and used books, so there was never a shortage of things to read. I justified my skimming and reading habit by saying that it was important to know every book we had in the store, and that it was helping me to become a better salesperson. That might have been true, but I couldn't have cared less about trying to get better at my job. I had to believe it was temporary while I figured out what else I wanted to be doing. The store had 2 floors, but the second floor was mainly a locked employee room. I would use it more if I weren't the only employee that the store had. Once I started working there, my parents had relinquished all the day-to-day operations to me while they relaxed and took care of the business side. The employee room didn't have that much to offer anyway. There were a few folding chairs, a wobbly table, and a coffee machine I was pretty sure was broken. I got to work a little past 8 in the morning, then opened the shop at 9. It was about a week into October, so all the tourists were long gone, and the days were just cold and gloomy enough that the locals were staying inside as much as they could. No one had quite adapted to the weather after the scorching summer we had, so I guessed it would be another week or so before traffic picked up again. I knew I should have been rooting for more customers, but I loved the days that only a few people came through. It meant that I had more time to drink coffee until my hands started to shake, and then get ice cream from the parlor next door and eat it in peace. I propped the door open with a crate full of discounted books, in an attempt to lure more passers-by into the store. If my parents knew that I wasn't even trying to increase store traffic, they'd probably fire me. Then I'd really have nothing to do with my life. When I'd settled into my usual perch at the register, I switched on the small speaker that sat at the front of the store. Dad had set up a playlist a few years back to replace the record player after it broke. We played some big band music and oldies, catchy enough to be entertaining as you wandered the store but not overwhelming. It was nice background noise, and the playlist was long enough that the songs only repeated every few days or so, even though I had it going from the time the store opened at 9 in the morning to when it closed at 6 in the evening. An hour passed and then another, and still no one had walked into the store. I made sure the cash lockbox was safely stored under the desk before I wandered through the shelves. Shadow Vale Books was a small store, but it was packed full of so many books you'd think it would have been larger. It was easy to get lost once you started wandering through the shelves, so it was actually lucky that the store was so small. While it was strange that there hadn't been a single person in the store, it was the middle of a weekday, and the weather sucked, so I wasn't all that surprised. I let myself wander through the bookshelves, forgetting that I had any responsibilities at all. I ran my fingertip along the spines of the books I passed, deciding to stop whenever it felt right, rather than think through what I wanted to read. The bookshelves were arranged in a way that created something like hallways and rooms, even though the store itself was one big open area. I passed through a few of those hallways and rooms, which were really more the size of closets, before I stopped. I had a tingling sensation on the back of my neck, which I took as a sign that my finger had landed on the right book. I was in the poetry section, which wasn't exactly what I would have chosen, but I had to trust the random method of the little game I played. I tugged out the book that my finger had landed on, a purple-colored tome with geometric shapes and block lettering for the title. The hardcover seemed to be squished too tightly onto the shelf, and I made a mental note not to stock so many books in one row. I tugged on the book again, a little harder this time. It came loose, along with another one that had been stacked on top of it. One of them landed on my foot, and I swore loudly, especially grateful that there wasn't anyone else in the store to hear it. As I was bending down to pick up the one that had fallen from the shelf, I heard a noise. It almost sounded like heavy footsteps in the distance, but they were coming from the opposite direction of the door, and I couldn't tell if the sound was coming closer or getting further away. The bell on the front door dinged, and I poked my head out to see who had come in, thinking that person must have been the origin of the footsteps. That theory completely ignored the fact that I definitely wouldn't have been able to hear someone's footsteps on the sidewalk from where I was, but my brain insisted on justifying the sound somehow. I quickly wound my way back to the front of the store, but when I got there it was empty. The door was still propped open by the crate of books as I had left it, so I guess the wind was what had made the bell ring. I took a step toward the threshold, in order to double-check that no one had walked in, but stopped dead in my tracks when I saw a shadow out of the corner of my eye. It was about as tall as a person might be, so I jumped, then automatically apologized, thinking I wasn't paying enough attention and hadn't noticed them standing right there. But when I turned, the room was empty. I felt chills go down my spine, but I told myself that there wasn't anything strange about seeing a shadow. No amount of personal anecdotes or historical books about the paranormal side of Shadow Vale was going to convince me that a shadow wasn't just a shadow. The oldies music playlist I had put on in the morning was still playing, but I suddenly realized how quiet the store was otherwise. Of course, I had known the store was silent to begin with, but that had never bothered me before. It was a good kind of tranquility, unlike what my fear had turned it into. I found myself longing for a customer to walk in at that moment, so that I didn't have to be there alone. I forced myself to shrug off the feeling. After all, there wasn't anything I could do about it. I had spent my entire life finding rational reasons behind similar strange things people in this town had witnessed, and I wasn't about to throw that all away because I got frightened by what must have been my own shadow or a reflection from the window. Still, I found myself shuffling further from where I had seen the shadow. The more distance I put between us, the better I felt. I went over to the door and shut it, pulling the box I had been using as a doorstop back into the store. If customers wanted to come in, they'd come in. No use leaving the door open if I was going to get scared out of my mind every time the breeze made the bell ring. After that was taken care of, I went back to sitting at the register. I didn't want to admit it to myself, but I was too freaked out to go back into the bookshelves. I had the distinct feeling that I was going to get lost back there, even though I had practically grown up in the store. I stared at the closed door for a few minutes, before I remembered that a book had fallen off the shelf. My toes still ached where it had fallen, a reminder of how heavy the book had been. Typically, books of that size were dictionaries or encyclopedias, the kind of thing that we would keep in its own small section at the front of the store. I had been wandering through the poetry section when the book had fallen off the shelf, so it must have been placed incorrectly. I needed to get it off the floor so people wouldn't trip over it, and put it back where it belonged. It wasn't easy to find the book again. In my haste to check the front of the store, I lost track of where I had been. After a whole 15 minutes of searching, I finally found it. Like I had suspected, the book definitely looked more like a dictionary than a poetry anthology. I didn't think I had ever seen a book of poems that large before, and would have probably remembered it if I had been the one to place it on the shelf. The purple poetry collection, with the geometric shapes on the cover that I had meant to pull out when the larger one fell on me, was resting alongside it. It didn't look strange in any way, and I was sure that it couldn't have been the one that hurt me as it fell, so I placed it on the shelf. When I bent to pick up the larger book, I was even more surprised. Without even touching it, I could tell that it was old. And by old, I mean ancient. The edges of the cover were worn, and the sides of the pages that I could see were yellowed. I almost didn't want to touch it, fearing that it would fall apart. Anything that old and expensive looking in the store must have been a collector's edition, or at least sold for a lot of money, and I didn't want to be any more responsible for its destruction than I already was. Gingerly, I lifted the book from the floor. It didn't seem like it had sustained any damage from the fall, and I let out a small breath of relief. Inexplicably, the book had managed to land flat on its cover without bending or damaging any of the pages. I ran my fingers along the smooth edges of the binding. I wasn't sure I had ever held a leather book before, but I was certain that's what I was holding. It was a dark green color, and had delicate floral embellishments on the cover and the spine. What struck me most about it was how heavy it was, the weight of 2 full dictionaries. Of course, I'd already felt that weight when it landed directly on my foot, but I had thought that I was just weak and exaggerating how much it had hurt. On the front, in the center of a flourish of flowers and vines, was a geometric shape. It was like a 4-pointed star, and it seemed to have been red at one point, but the color was fading, so it only stuck to the corners of the star. I turned the book over, thinking I must have been missing something. There was no way that we would sell a book this fancy without some kind of pricing attached, but there wasn't so much as a pencil mark anywhere on the outside or inside cover of the book. I examined the bookshelf that it had fallen from, trying to find where it had been, but there didn't seem to be any gaps in the shelf big enough to fit a book of that size. There was no way that it could have already been on the floor. I was pretty sure that if I took my shoes off, I would be able to see a bruise forming where the book had landed. But the poetry shelf where the book should have fallen from was packed so tight, I wouldn't be able to fit even a chapbook. Sufficiently confused, I started to carry the book with me to the register. The lighting was better there, so I would be able to figure out what the book was and where it was supposed to be. Before I could get there, something stopped me. A shadow loomed over me, growing from a normal human height until it completely encompassed me, and I felt my heart stop beating. It was like time stopped entirely, and I was frozen in place. My chest started to hurt, like a flaming hot dagger was pressing against it, forcing itself through my bones. The bell attached to the door rang, cutting through my pain. The shadow receded, just as suddenly as it had formed. I doubled over, panting, trying to make sense of what had happened to me. "Hello?" a man's voice called from the front of the store. "Are you open?" I fought to regain my composure, trying to figure out what I should do. As soon as the shadow was gone, I felt entirely normal. I could have gone to a doctor, but what would I tell them? That a shadow made my heart hurt, and then it all suddenly went away at the sound of a bell? They would have me committed, for sure. "Be right there," I called to him, hoping my voice sounded half normal. As I was rising from my crouched position, I noticed a glittering object on the floor that I hadn't seen before. I looked closer and realized that it was a ring with a glittering gemstone. The band was a tarnished bronze color, but the gem itself looked as if it had been newly polished. I picked it up and brought it closer to examine it. I didn't know much at all about rings and gems, but I was almost positive that the gemstone in the middle wasn't some cheap knockoff imitation. It glittered in the dim lighting of the store, reflecting any light that touched its surface. I slipped the ring into my pocket and hurried away, weaving back through the store until I reached the front. The man was actually tapping his foot impatiently, like a cartoon character. I did my best to ignore it and gave him my sweetest smile. "Do you sell biographies?" he asked. I fought the urge to roll my eyes. What kind of bookstore doesn't sell biographies? "Yeah," I said, forcing my voice to become my usual chipper customer service voice. "Right over there." After he walked away in the direction I had pointed, I turned my attention back toward the book that was sitting on the desk in front of me. There was no writing on the outside cover, but when I opened it, the name of the book was written on the first page in fancy calligraphy, the Chamberlain Codex. I was instantly intrigued. I had never actually held a codex before, but I had heard the word enough times to know what it meant. A codex is an ancient kind of book, usually entirely made by hand. Either this book was a dramatic attempt at historical fiction, or it was the real deal. The calligraphy looked like it could have been handwritten, but it was so perfect that I almost didn't believe it. I wasn't sure that the book looked centuries old, but from its musty paper smell, I was sure that it hadn't been made within the last few decades at the very least. Before I could get into the actual contents of the book, the bell rang again. A woman walked in and asked where she could find the fiction section. I pointed over to the left side of the store and explained that she had to take a left and then a right turn. I almost thought that we should start passing out maps to the place, but then again, most of my job was giving people directions. Other than that, there wasn't much I could do during the day to ward off boredom. After she had gone, I turned my attention back to the codex. Then, the bell rang again as another customer walked into the store. A few seconds after that, the man who had asked about the biographies came to the register with a stack of books he was ready to buy. Every single one of them was about a former president, arguably the most boring genre you could focus your reading on. I wondered what he would be like to talk to at a party. It seemed like every time I tried to get some reading done, I was interrupted. I thought about bringing the codex home with me, but I didn't have a bag to carry it in, because if Dad saw me borrowing an expensive book from the store like it was my personal library, he would probably fire me immediately, and I couldn't afford that. Before the last customer left the store at closing time, I was able to steal a glance at a few pages in the book. What I saw only raised more questions. There were pages that were completely taken up by detailed, hand-drawn anatomical diagrams of animals. That was strange enough to begin with, but the animals that were depicted weren't ones that I had ever seen before. One resembled a squirrel with 3 tails and no discernible eyes. Another was similar to a butterfly, but the designs in its wings looked more like impressionistic paintings, rather than a typical butterfly pattern. I was sure I must have been seeing these wrong, or that they might have been prehistoric creatures, or ones that had otherwise gone extinct since the person who had written the codex found them. Or that the book was entirely a work of fiction. There were long passages written between these anatomical diagrams and a few maps. I didn't have enough time to read through these, or to really examine them further than I already had. I got the feeling that I shouldn't let the customers in the store see what was on the pages, and that I should be keeping this all to myself. I wasn't exactly sure where that feeling came from, but I justified it by thinking that if someone saw the codex, they'd want to buy it, and I didn't even know what price it was. There was no writing on the inside cover of the codex, where Dad typically would scribble how much the used books cost. Obviously, there was no barcode on the back of the codex either. So even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to sell the book to anyone. In the back of my head, I was still thinking about the strange experience I had with the shadow figure earlier. I hadn't seen it again while the store was full of customers, but I didn't want to take any chances. Seeing it twice in one day was already more than enough for an entire lifetime, whether or not it was just in my imagination. The day had turned out to be unexpectedly busy. There was a steady stream of customers through the afternoon and until I closed the store at 9. I even had to remind a few people that we were closing so they would leave, and I hardly ever had to do that, even on our busiest days. Normally that would be something that annoyed me, but on that particular day, I was more than grateful for the company. As soon as the last customer left the store, I locked up behind me and practically sprinted all the way home. When the last customer left the store, I locked up a few minutes early, leaving the codex behind and going home. Chapter 4. When I arrived home, my parents had both fallen asleep on the couch in the middle of a movie. I thought about turning the TV off and sending them off to bed, but the sound of the movie masked the creaking floorboards under my feet, giving me a unique and rare opportunity to avoid conversation. For whatever reason, I didn't want them to ask me about how the store was that day. The only interesting thing that happened was finding the book, and I wanted to keep that for myself. If I told them about it, they might want me to bring it home, or worse, they'd go to the store with me to check it out for themselves. But if I didn't tell them, it would be all mine, like a little secret. And I desperately needed something interesting in my life that was all my own. I slipped upstairs, creeping past my parents on the couch, even though there was no chance they'd wake up, even if I started jumping up and down. I wished that they had been like that when I was in high school. I probably would have had fewer problems right about now if I had been able to sneak out to more parties in my teens. That's the kind of thing that develops character and gives you friends. Like I did every day I got home from work, I sat on the edge of my bed and thought about all the things I could have been doing with my life instead of what I was actually doing. But that night, I couldn't focus on my self-pity. All I could think about was what I had found that day, hiding among all the regular books. I had been thinking about the name Chamberlain non-stop since I saw it on the spine of the book. It triggered some memory for me, but the image was too cloudy for me to really make sense of it. Maybe it was something we studied in school, or it was a well-known encyclopedia of sorts that I had forgotten about. Neither explanation made complete sense, and nothing really was familiar about the book other than the name Chamberlain. If I had ever seen the Chamberlain Codex before, I was sure that I would have remembered it. The contents of the book were so strange and otherworldly that it would have been impossible to forget, even if it was just a work of fiction. There was no way I was going to be able to sleep at the rate that my thoughts were racing. I needed to find something to calm me down. I crept back downstairs and into the kitchen. The floorboards creaked heavily on my way there, but there were linoleum floors in the kitchen, so I didn't need to worry as much about keeping my steps quiet, even though I was closer to the couch where my parents were sleeping. I started the kettle, then pulled my favorite mug from the cabinet and added a bag of chamomile tea. "Morgan?" Mom's voice startled me so much that I actually jumped, almost dropping my hot mug of tea in the process. "I didn't mean to startle you." "No, that's okay," I said, wondering how I hadn't heard her come up behind me. She was leaning against the counter at the opposite end of the kitchen, which was really only a couple of steps from where I was standing. "Did you just get home?" she asked, rubbing sleep from her eyes. It was strange how old I felt at that moment, as if I were the adult in the household. Mom's mismatched pajama pants and sweatshirt reminded me of something I might have worn 10 years ago, with pastel kittens and worn-out hems. "No, I got back an hour ago. Couldn't sleep." I lifted my mug of tea. "Do you want some?" Mom shrugged and nodded, so I got another mug out for her. We sat at the kitchen table and drank our tea in silence for a few minutes. I was holding my breath, waiting for her to say something about Isabella or ask what I was planning with my future. Instead, she sat silently, looking at me like she was expecting me to say something. I tapped my fingers on the table, suddenly aware of how little time the two of us spent together. Usually, Dad was there as a buffer, or Isabella to command all the attention. I glanced through the doorway and into the living room, silently willing Dad to wake up and join us. "Oh, don't worry," Mom said, entirely misinterpreting my energy. "Your father would sleep through an earthquake." "Great." I forced a laugh so she wouldn't know what I was really thinking. "Did I wake you?" I asked, searching for a way to make any kind of conversation to fill the unfamiliar silence that was growing in the room. "Oh no, don't worry about that," she said, confirming that I had woken her. I searched for any venom behind her words, but she seemed genuinely unconcerned. Again we lapsed into silence. All I could really think of was the Codex sitting on the register counter at the bookshop. Part of me wondered if it would still be there in the morning, or if I had somehow dreamed it all up, but I vividly remembered the feeling of the leather binding and the weight of the book in my arms. There was no way I could have made something like that up, and besides, I don't really daydream as I used to when I was a kid. Life was too big and immediate for daydreams anymore. "Is there something on your mind?" Mom asked. I wondered where her perceptiveness had been all those times she compared me to Isabella. I hesitated, debating the pros and cons of getting Mom involved with the Codex. "Can I ask you something?" If I only asked her about the name, not saying anything about the Codex itself, it might help me understand what it was, and I still wouldn't need to show it to her. Mom tilted her head, intrigued. "What is it? Does the name Chamberlain sound familiar to you?" Mom looked confused, then her expression cleared. "Actually, it does. It's your great-grandmother's maiden name." Now I was the one who was confused. That was too far removed to have any real significance for the Chamberlain Codex, even if it had found its way to me. But Mom wasn't finished talking. "Her father, your great-great-grandfather, was the one who opened Shadow Vale Books. Why do you ask? Did you find something at work?" If anything, that link made the Codex even more obscure. I didn't know much about my great-great-grandfather. Clearly, I hadn't even remembered his name. How was it possible that he had something to do with the Codex that I had found? He was just a shopkeeper in a small town, which had been even smaller at the time that he lived here. "I don't know." The name popped into my head suddenly. I lied, hoping it was convincing enough. Mom shrugged. "You must have seen it somewhere around the shop." She took a big drink from her mug, finishing her tea. "Well, I'm off to bed. See you in the morning." I smiled at her as she went, glad that she not only bought my lie, but had added to it herself to make it even more believable. It was true, in a way. I had seen the name around the shop, but I hadn't forgotten where. The Codex was heavy on my mind, and I found myself wishing that I could have asked her more about what my great-great-grandfather was like. He was so far removed from my generation of the family that I doubted Mom would know any more than she had already told me. Still, there had to be some way for me to find out more about him. At the very least, I should probably know his first name. If we didn't have pictures or documents in the house that went back that far, I could probably check the library archives. Unknown first name Chamberlain was a business owner, so it was more than likely his name would be somewhere in newspaper articles. I finished off my tea, but I didn't feel any more ready to sleep than I had when I got home. There wasn't anything else I could do that night, so if I wanted to figure anything out, I'd have to get some rest before the next day. I woke up early, suddenly sitting up in bed with the distinct feeling that I had somewhere I needed to be. It took me a moment to remember the store was closed that day. I checked my phone and saw that it wasn't even 8 yet, so there was no reason that I should be awake or even thinking about getting out of bed. The wind rushed past my window, producing a screaming sound. When I was little, I was terrified of stormy days for that exact reason. I would lay on Isabella's floor, since her window faced the side of another house and didn't get the same forceful wind that mine did. Isabella wouldn't question why I was there, and would automatically start reading out loud from whatever book she was working on, making me feel safe and protected. I watched the storm clouds roll in from my window and thought about giving Isabella a call. She was probably too busy to talk to me, and I wasn't sure what I would even say if she did pick up. I doubted she would even remember reading to me when I was a scared kid. Suddenly, I realized why I had the feeling that there was somewhere I should be. Memories of finding the Codex flooded back, like remembering a distant dream. I almost didn't trust my memory of the book, thinking that I must have been exaggerating it in some way. Clearly, I had been upset by what happened with the shadow, and had mistaken a book that was clearly fiction as some mysterious ancient codex. Then I remembered the ring I had slipped into my pocket, the ring which seemed just as old and real as the codex itself. I rushed over to the pile of discarded clothes in the corner of my room, and picked out the jeans that I had been wearing the day before. Sure enough, the ring was still nestled into the pocket. My memory had served me correctly. There was no denying that this ring was real and likely just as old as the codex itself. I remembered that it was on the ground, right next to where the tome had fallen. At that point, I felt like it would have been irrational for me to think that they didn't have anything to do with each other. And by that line of reasoning, maybe the shadow I had seen wasn't entirely a figment of my imagination either. There was a possibility that all three were related. What would the chances of all three occurring at the same time and in the same place be, if they weren't all tied together? Practically none. The ring looked a little bigger than what would usually fit on my spindly fingers, so I tried to slip it onto my middle finger, which was a bit thicker than my ring finger. As I was pulling it on, I was sure that it would be too big to fit, but once it was in place, I could have sworn that it shrunk slightly. It ended up fitting my finger perfectly, as if it had been sized specifically for me to wear it. Again, I knew that was impossible. I must have just misjudged the size of my finger or how large the ring was. I'd had enough with the impossible scenarios, and could only think of what the town's dedicated cryptozoologist wannabes would think of this. Shadow Vale Books would become a regular stop on the paranormal tours for sure if any of this story got out. That solidified my decision to keep all of this secret from my parents, who were essentially the only people in the town I talked to regularly, aside from customers and the occasional sighting of someone I went to high school with. I looked around my messy room and wondered if there was anything at all I could do about the Codex. I wasn't ready to go back to the bookstore alone, especially if it meant coming up with a lie to tell my parents. I was just about the worst liar in the world, and they'd know something was wrong if I went to the bookstore. Then the answer to my dilemma hit me: the library. If I needed to find records of my great-great-grandfather, the library would be the best place to look. And I wouldn't have to lie about where I was going. I rushed to find some clothes and headed downstairs. Dad was sitting on the couch, reading the newspaper and drinking a cup of coffee. "You're up early," he said, surprised but not suspicious. "Couldn't sleep," I explained. Again, it wasn't a lie. "Where are you headed?" "I'm off to the library." I waited for him to ask more questions, but he was already absorbed in the article he was reading. "Have a good time," he said. I wondered if he had even listened to what I said, but I didn't really care. I was out the door before he could think of anything else to ask me. The morning was colder than I expected, and I wished that I had put on a heavier jacket. I had already walked a few blocks from my house, so it was too late to turn back. I shoved my hands into my pockets and picked up my pace, hoping that it would keep me warm or at least get me into a heated building faster. As I walked through the town, I felt like an outsider. It wasn't that people were giving me weird looks or that I didn't know where I was going. But there was definitely a sense that I wasn't exactly fitting in. Maybe it was because it had been a few years since I had seen Shadow Vale in the late autumn, but that didn't quite cover all of what I was feeling. When I thought about it, I guessed I never really felt like I belonged in Shadow Vale. It wasn't because it was a small town, though that could get tiring sometimes. There was something that unsettled me about it that I couldn't put my finger on. Going to college made me realize that I didn't feel that way everywhere. Somehow, though, when I needed somewhere to run to after dropping out, the only place I wanted to be was Shadow Vale. If I could have moved anywhere in the world, I probably wouldn't have done things any differently. As if a part of me knew that I needed to be back there, even if I wasn't able to fully process why that was. But with the move came all the things I didn't want to remember about the town. Like how there really wasn't anyone there that I could talk to, or that I wasn't sure if living there was actually going to help me, or if I would just become stuck working for the bookstore for the rest of my life. Isabella sure as hell wasn't going to take it over when my parents finally retired. And since it had been in my family for so many generations, it was becoming increasingly inevitable that I was the person it would be passed on to. As I walked, I tried to keep those thoughts out of my head. There was no use dwelling on them at that point, when there were still years ahead for my life to change. Or at least, that's what I had to believe if I wanted to keep my sanity. Luckily, I was able to get to the library without encountering anyone I knew well enough to be obligated to stop and have a conversation with. That was great for two different reasons. So I wouldn't have to acknowledge my existence, and because I was pretty sure I wouldn't be able to hold a conversation about anything but the Codex at that moment. The public library in our town was an oddly modern building. A few decades ago, the old library was damaged in a storm, and the local government thought it would be a good idea to build a completely new building. The problem was that this was in the 70s, and that wasn't architecture's greatest decade. Everyone had gotten used to it by now, but Mom remembered how outraged her own parents were about the design when it was first built. It looked like a war bunker with shiny, blue-tinted windows. Regardless of what it resembled, I was certain that it would still have a sufficient digital records archive. I bounded up the steps, tentatively hopeful. When I opened the door, I immediately found myself lost. I could count on one hand the number of times I had been in that library, all of which had been because of some school project, and I hadn't needed to find my way around by myself. Trying to muster any ounce of confidence, I walked up to the front desk. The librarian smiled at me expectantly, and I tried to explain what I wanted. "Do you keep old newspaper records? I'm looking for an article about my great-great-grandfather." I was still wearing the ring I had found on the floor of the bookstore, and twisted it anxiously as I talked to the librarian. "Of course," she said, seeming genuinely excited to help me. They must not have gotten too many visitors at the library. Aside from me, it looked like there were only a handful of people there. "The archive machines are downstairs." I glanced over at the staircase, then looked back at her. She noticed my hesitation and said, "Do you need help finding anything specific?" I nodded, grateful that she had asked. Otherwise, I probably would have spent the entire day down there completely lost. "I don't know his first name, but his last name is Chamberlain, and he founded the bookstore." The librarian nodded, clearly already familiar with the bookstore I was talking about. There was only one in town, so I didn't even need to tell her the name. She started typing information into her computer, and in a few minutes, she was writing down a note on a scrap of paper. I followed her down the stairs to what looked like an antique computer. She pulled a reel of film out of a wooden filing cabinet to the right of the machine, then loaded it onto a peg and pulled out the film. The mechanism looked almost like a microscope. She flicked a switch, and the computer lit up, and when she focused the screen, I could see the article that she had pulled up. "I hope this is good enough," she said. There was only one article that mentioned the name Chamberlain or his bookstore. "This is perfect." "Thank you," I said without having read the article. She explained how to turn off the machine and put away the film reel, and then she left me alone to read. At the top of the page, the title of the paper and the date of publication were scrawled in the same exact font that it used today. Shadow Vale Chronicle, January 1853. I skimmed the page, noticing that the article was shorter than I would have hoped for, especially for having made the front page of the newspaper. The town was small today, and would have been even smaller back in the 1800s, so it wasn't really that surprising when I thought about it. There was a drawing of the shop on the week that it opened, with my great-great-grandfather standing outside. I skimmed the article, and quickly realized that it didn't have any information I didn't already know. It talked about how Vincent Chamberlain immigrated from England, and gave basic information about the shop. Back then they didn't sell the same variety of books that we did now, but they had in-house publishing, which was basically just a printing press that Vincent would copy manuscripts with. It was interesting, sure, but not helpful. The Chamberlain Codex was clearly handwritten, so if it was written by Vincent Chamberlain, he didn't go through the effort of printing it in his shop. I still had hope that he was the one to have written it, but the article wasn't doing much to convince me that what I had found was real. It could have just as likely been some passion project that Vincent worked on when no one was in the shop, the same way that I read through the books when no one was there. I wasn't sure what I had hoped to find. I had a faded sketch of my great-great-grandfather, and I knew his first name. Beyond that, I was as lost as I had been that morning. Chapter 5. As I walked back to my house, I felt defeated. The only thing that was interesting about my life was the codex I had found, and now I didn't really have that anymore. If I wasn't able to figure out what I was looking at, there was no point to it. The Codex would just become a work of fiction in my mind, no longer something I could focus my restless energy on. I twisted the ring on my finger, wondering where it had come from. It must have been wedged in the book somehow. They both looked to be about the same age, plus I was sure that if a customer had lost such an old and expensive-looking ring in the store, it would have very quickly become my problem. But there hadn't been any panicked customers making me search the floor. Plus, it wasn't even hidden. It was sitting right next to the book, in the middle of the passageway between the bookshelves, easy to find if someone were looking. What wasn't as obvious was how they were connected. I was almost positive that there was some important link between the two, but I didn't even know what the Codex meant, much less what that said about the ring. It almost made me wish I hadn't found either of them. My life had been much simpler before that. I knew that my newfound obsession with the Codex and the ring were a choice, and I could easily ask Dad about them and have the answer, but I was so grateful that I had something to occupy my time. Sure, my life might be easier if I didn't have the Codex and the ring. But it would also mean that I had nothing to make me feel like I was doing something productive with the passing time. I'd have no real purpose. The whole thing was ridiculous. It had barely been a day since I found the Codex, and I was already clinging to it to give my life meaning. For a second I thought about what that meant about me, before I couldn't stand it anymore. Mom would have probably been happy if she were able to hear my thoughts. It seemed like she wanted me to feel pointless, like that would somehow push me to go back to school or make an alternate plan for my life. The balance between love and spite in my family was precarious, but we managed. Every time I was heading home, I wished that I had anywhere else in the world to go. Being there wasn't what I had expected it to be like when I dropped out of college. I wanted to have a peaceful place to rest while I figured things out, but Mom would never let me have a rest. It was all forward momentum with her, and I lived in fear of her constantly asking me what my plan was. My original plan was not to have a plan at all. I wanted to see what would happen in life if I stopped trying to be what others expected of me or what I thought I had to be. It wasn't until it was too late to turn back that I realized how stupid that was. I checked my phone, hoping for something that would help me figure out what to do next. Maybe a text from an old friend asking what I was up to, or a calendar event I had forgotten about. Of course, my phone screen was blank. I tried not to get my hopes up, but I felt seriously let down anyway. Weirdly enough, the only thing I really wanted to do at that moment was head to the hiking trails. I couldn't remember the last time that I had gone, but I realized that it might have been the only thing left that I actually liked to do in Shadow Vale. At the next corner, I turned away from the direction of my house and headed to the forest, hoping it would be enough to distract me from the downhill trajectory my life was taking. Most of the trails started in one location. There was a small, run-down gift shop that was most useful for its public bathroom. Inside they sold cryptid plushies, sports drinks, and candy. Not super useful to most people who were looking to spend some time outdoors. They sold maps too, but I couldn't remember ever using one. I had learned the trails by heart from Dad, who seemed to have them mapped out in his head. I doubted he ever used a physical map. From the way he talked about it, you'd think that he had discovered all these trails on his own when he was a kid. Logically, I knew he was lying. But it was part of the reason I always refused to check a map when I was hiking alone. I figured it would be almost sacrilegious if Dad found out I had used one. Instead, I trusted my memory to guide me. Once you got far enough down certain trails, there wasn't much to help you along. Some of them were so infrequently traveled that parts of them no longer had a clear path, and you had to wander through the regular forest floor until you found where the trail picked up again. Those were the ones Dad and I liked best. My memory of my favorite trails rusty, I headed for the signpost by the gift shop. All the names were vaguely recognizable, named after the kinds of trees or animals you might find there, but there was one that stuck out to me, marked with a series of symbols rather than a name. As the sunlight shifted through the moving trees, those symbols shifted into a name. Triton. I'd never heard that word before but figured it must have been the name of a wildflower or something, and that the symbols I had seen in its place were just shadows on letters. When the sun hit the sign, I was able to completely see them. What caught my attention the most wasn't that the name was so strange, but that the sign itself didn't quite fit with the rest of them. I studied the sign in confusion. It looked even older and more weathered than the other signs that were nailed onto the same pole, but I could have sworn that I had never seen it before. Dad and I had spent countless days exploring these hiking trails ever since I was old enough to walk. Sure, I hadn't been back for a while, busy with college stuff, but I couldn't imagine I would have just forgotten about an entire trail. I thought that if I went down it, I would start to remember. There were different landmarks and weirdly shaped trees down every trail, and I was sure that I wouldn't have forgotten those entirely. Something was bound to be familiar to me, and then I'd recover all the memories I'd lost about the trail. I wasn't sure why it felt so important to me that I remember it, but I was suddenly overcome with dread, as if somehow losing my memory of the trail was actually important. In a way, it kind of was. As I started down the trail, I thought about how much I had changed since I was a kid, stumbling through these same woods. I used to be so hopeful and carefree. As I grew older, I lost all of that. I turned bitter and gloomy. I could blame it on being compared to Isabella all I wanted, but that didn't make it true. Part of it was my fault. I'd let life get to me. I forgot not just the trail, but also the person I used to be. I only hoped that it wasn't too late to get all of that back. I didn't want to be this bitter, lonely person for the rest of my life. I needed to find a way through, but I didn't know where to start. Focusing on the trail in front of me was the only thing I could do. But as hard as I tried, I was still lost in my own thoughts. It seemed like there was nothing I could do to distract myself, and all my surroundings were only capable of being a background. I picked up my pace, hoping that going a little faster would make me focus on the ground beneath me, or I would either trip or lose track of the trail I was following. If I could threaten myself with this minor danger, I thought it would be the perfect way of finally being able to forget about my present life situation. A bug flew into my face, and I swatted at it, which only seemed to make the situation worse. Instead of flying away, the insect rammed into my forehead again. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that it did that on purpose. I slapped my forehead before I really thought that move through. I was left with a dull pain in my head and some embarrassment, and the bug was still flying around as if it was taunting me. I couldn't get a good enough look at it to figure out what kind of bug it was. I figured it must have been a mosquito, but I didn't feel like I had been bitten yet, and besides, it didn't look like the kind of color a mosquito would be. I could only catch glimpses, but the bug was definitely orange or red. It buzzed around my head, knocking into me a few more times, but I still couldn't figure out what it was. Maybe I should have started to head home or try to run in case it was something poisonous I'd never heard of before, but I stayed put, curiosity winning over common sense. As the bug moved around, it left a colorful trail in its wake, twisting and looping like a ribbon in the breeze. It fluttered to a nearby branch and stopped. I took a few careful steps forward, hoping to examine it better. It sat on the branch, rubbing its front legs together like a fly might, but the comparison ended there. Its wings were almost leathery, kind of like the wings of a bat down to the bones through them. I was almost certain that bugs didn't have bones at all, but that one really seemed to. It had an elongated body like a butterfly, but was covered in tiny scales rather than hairs. When I took another step closer, a twig snapped beneath my feet, sending the bug flying again. It disappeared quickly, and I wouldn't have seen where it went at all if it weren't for the glowing trail that it left behind. I swore at myself for having been so careless. I took a few steps further into the forest, before I glanced back at the trail, only to find it completely gone. Panicked, I rushed back to the place where I had thought the trail had been, but there was no sign of it. I was sure that I couldn't have gone that far from the worn path, and that I had only taken a few steps into the forest to look at the bug. No matter what I had thought, I was clearly wrong. Somehow I'd gone so far into the forest that the path had completely disappeared. It made me wonder if I had been following a real path in the first place, or if I had just wandered off into the forest instead of any one of the trails in front of the little gift shop. With everything I'd seen in the last few days, that idea didn't seem too unbelievable, even with how often I'd been hiking before. There was nothing left to do but try to find my way back to a trail or to the edge of the forest. I probably wasn't as worried about that as I should have been. There was still full sunlight, and it was hours away from when the sun would start to set. I was certain that I hadn't crossed the famous creek that the town was named after. I might not remember the path that I had followed, but I was sure I would have remembered precariously hopping over slick stones to cross the water. Creeks might not be as deep or wide as rivers, but that didn't mean I was thrilled about crossing them. Shadow Vale especially large, and at times the water ran so rapidly that it could easily push you over. When I was a kid, Dad always carried me across the creek on his shoulders if we ever took a trail that crossed it. Since I hadn't crossed the creek, I knew that I hadn't gone too far from the edge of where the forest meets the town. As long as I didn't encounter the creek, I would be going the right way. It wasn't long before something moving in the bushes caught my attention. At first, I thought it was a squirrel or something, but the way that it moved was so strange that I looked over at it again. Squirrels had a jumpy run, but this one almost appeared to be floating. When it leapt, it seemed almost weightless. Its coloring was also strange, a sort of bluish gray, and when it turned to look at me, it had tiny antlers protruding from its forehead. The creature scampered off into the trees, and despite my better judgment, I started following it. Almost immediately, I lost sight of it, but I kept going on in that same direction, since I was so lost that it wasn't any better or any worse than any other. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted the squirrel-like creature again. I turned to get a better look, and found it sitting patiently at the edge of a small clearing, looking at me like it had been waiting for me to show up. I noticed that the clearing wasn't a regular clearing at all. In the center there was a perfect circle of wild violets, and in the exact center there was a moss-covered stone. The way I saw it, I didn't have any option but to investigate. I walked carefully, making sure that I didn't crush any flowers under my feet. The circle was small enough that I could clearly see the stone in the center without stepping inside. Something told me that I shouldn't cross into the circle. Vague memories of folklore Dad used to read to Isabella and me as kids. There was a symbol carved carefully in the center of the stone, unobscured by the moss that was growing over its sides. It was two wavy lines like water, framed by a triangle on top and an upside-down triangle at the bottom. I had no idea what it meant, but the placement of the stone was so purposeful that it couldn't possibly be an accident. The longer I looked at the stone, the more I felt like I did, in fact, know the symbols from somewhere. "I've got to be losing my mind," I muttered to myself, not exactly helping my case for sanity. I'd only spent 2 full years in college studying psychology, and a lot of that time was mostly filled with other graduation requirements. But in the small amount of information I was still able to retain, I knew that what was happening to me didn't fit any kind of diagnosis. Maybe I could argue that the shadow figures were anxiety attacks, and the creatures were hallucinations, but that didn't explain the very real Codex and ring. I had all but forgotten the ring on my finger until that moment. It started to feel a cold sensation on my hand, and quickly turned frigid like I was holding an ice cube. But it was worse than that, colder than anything I could remember touching before. My finger started to turn blue around it, and I desperately tried to tear it off, but it was stuck to my hand. The pain of the cold brought tears to my eyes as I struggled with it, finally getting it off. I fought the urge to throw it into the woods and forget about it, but once it was off my finger, it didn't feel cold at all. It looked and felt like a regular ring, the way it was when I had first found it. Begrudgingly, I slipped it back into my pocket. If I threw the ring away in the woods, I would never be able to find it again, and I was sure that was something I would regret later. When I looked back to the circle of violets and the stone, they were both gone. There was a conspicuous perfect circle of dirt where no foliage was growing, the exact same size as the ring of violets had been. I was certain that I wouldn't have imagined it. There was no way. And I was sure that I wasn't going insane, either. If I was, I would have hoped that my brain would come up with something more interesting to hallucinate besides a carved stone. The whole place suddenly had an eerie tone to it. The hair on the back of my neck rose, and I felt like I was being watched. I turned around, looking into the forest, but I couldn't see anyone. Even the squirrel creature that had been resting at the edge of the ring of violets had disappeared after I had taken the ring off. "Hello?" I called out. "Is someone there?" I tried to make my voice as friendly as possible, hoping that it was another lost hiker like me. When there was no response, I felt another chill go through my body. I knew that I had to get out of there, and fast. Memories of the shadow figure that I encountered in the bookstore resurfaced, and suddenly every shift in the shadows made me jump and set my heart racing. Being careful not to step in the middle of the empty circle, I continued past the small clearing, hoping that I would be able to make it home before the sun started to set and the shadows grew longer. I stumbled out of the forest and onto the main road in town, only a block or two away from Shadow Vale Books. I breathed a sigh of relief at the comfort of knowing exactly where I was. Finding my way out of the forest had been easier than I thought, and I figured I must have been closer to the edge than I had previously figured. What had made me so nervous was the feeling that I was being watched as I went, and the soft crunch of footsteps through the leaves, always a few feet behind me. I desperately wanted someone to talk to, but all the old friends I'd had from high school had already moved on with their lives, and we had grown apart while I was in college. There was no way I'd be able to knock on their doors holding the Chamberlain Codex and dangling the ring in front of their face, saying I thought I saw magic creatures. A few years ago, we'd be sitting on the edge of a parking lot, sipping lemonade and vodka out of water bottles while our parents thought we were at each other's houses. We would tell each other everything. I guess back then, our secrets weren't quite as serious as we thought they were. But now? They would slam the door in my face for sure. It wasn't even a question. Maybe I'd moved back to Shadow Vale, but I wasn't close to them anymore. I felt a pang in my chest, realizing for the first time that there would be no more late-night parking lot confessions. That part of my life was over, and I wasn't going to get it back. I shook my head. If cryptids really existed, I figured I would have seen them on those summer nights in the gas station parking lot on the outskirts of town. After all, there was nothing fundamentally different about myself that would make me suddenly able to see that part of the town. Unless... No. There was no way simply finding the Chamberlain Codex was somehow making me see things out in the forest. I must have been imagining it. The Codex was only a book, no matter how mysterious it seemed. There was nothing strange about it, other than how it showed up, and the strange material inside it, and the fact that it was likely written by my great-great-grandfather. Right. Nothing strange about that at all. It was hard to figure out what to believe. On the one hand, I desperately wanted the Codex to be something really special, but I had been so sure that cryptids and magic creatures or whatever I had seen didn't exist. Living in Shadow Vale, the existence of cryptids was something that everyone had an opinion on, and I always had firmly believed that it was all made up by people with too much time on their hands. Which was exactly who I had become. But on the other hand, when I listed out all the strange attributes of the book, along with the inexplicable occurrences after I had found it, I would have been kind of irrational. At that point, I didn't even know if I wanted it all to be real or not. Chapter 6. Mom was worried about me. I knew this not because she said anything, but because she didn't bring up Isabella at dinner. She didn't ask me if anything was wrong either. The three of us ate in silence for a while, until I couldn't stand it anymore. "What's Isabella up to?" I asked, half to start a conversation and half to test the waters on what Mom was thinking. Dad glanced up, a spoonful of mashed potatoes hovering in front of his face. "Why, did you hear from her?" I shrugged. "No. Just wondering." Mom would have usually jumped at the opportunity to compare us, but she didn't. I'm sure Isabella is doing fine. She's probably busy with her midterm exams right about now. With the mention of midterms, I was grateful that I wasn't in school anymore. The pressing obligation of pointless exams was over, and I wasn't in any way excited about the idea of going back to college. At least I was getting one thing out of the conversation. You were gone all day, Dad said casually, trying to change the subject. It technically wasn't a question, but I knew it was a prompt to get me to talk about what was going on. I was at the library, I said. The key to lying was to make sure that part of your lie was true and that you didn't over-explain. All day? Dad asked, skeptical. Either Mom didn't notice that it was strange, or she was happy that I was doing something intellectual for once. Yeah. I took a big bite of salad as an excuse for keeping my response so short. Don't get enough of books from work? Dad strove for a joke. Mom shot him a tight smile, clearly wanting him to stop discouraging me. The way she saw it, spending time around books might mean that I was seriously considering going back to college the next semester. I couldn't wait until the enrollment period for the second semester ended, so I would be free of her constant hints and pestering, if only for a few months. Instead of keeping up the conversation, I focused on shoving as much of my dinner into my mouth as possible, then stood to clear my plate before I was finished chewing the last bite. I'm really tired. Is it okay if I leave early? I asked. It was only a formality since I was already leaving, but I had gotten into the habit of asking permission to leave since I was a kid, and that wasn't something that you grew out of easily. Especially since living at home again made me feel like I was regressing back to childhood. Sure, honey, my mom said, her tone lacking any concern. I briefly wondered if she had been wanting me to leave, but decided that it shouldn't matter. They were probably both so used to eating with just the two of them that they wouldn't really notice my absence. I wasn't that tired, but I wanted to go to sleep as soon as possible. If I got to sleep fast, it would seem like there was less time to pass before I could go to Shadow Vale Books and reference the Codex. I wasn't sure, but I had a feeling that it would have reference photos or information about the bug and squirrel creatures I saw while I was out hiking. Before I went upstairs to bed, I remembered one thing I needed to ask Dad. I spun around so quickly I grew dizzy. When I went back into the kitchen, both of my parents looked at me with curiosity. It had been a long time since I had sought out a conversation with them, outside of situations where it was necessary. Dad, you know the hiking trails well, right? I asked. Sure, Morgan. I know them, Dad said slowly, trying to figure out what I was getting at. And the names of the trails? Do you remember those too? Dad raised an eyebrow. I think so. Do you remember a trail called Triton? He paused for a moment, thinking. It felt like centuries before he answered. No, I don't remember having hiked that trail. Why? I hadn't prepared a reason for the question, having figured that it was something I had forgotten since I hadn't gone hiking regularly for a few years. I stumbled over various answers in my head, aware that with each passing moment I became increasingly suspicious. Nothing, I said, flashing a smile. Just thought I remembered something about it. Before either of my parents could say anything else, I told them good night and left the room again. I woke up startled and disoriented. My room was almost completely dark, the only light being what little came in from the half-moon high above my window. I saw some movement in the corner of my eye, and I tried to sit up to get a better look, but I couldn't move at all. It was almost like I was strapped to my bed, but there was nothing I could see that was holding me down. The shadows seemed to be growing closer, until they started to form into human-like shapes. With growing horror, I realized they were the same as the shadowy figure that had come upon me a few days before at the shop. I braced myself for the same stabbing pain I had felt in my chest, but it didn't come. Though the shadow figures didn't have any eyes, I could tell they were watching me. There were 3 of them in my room, forming a semicircle around my bed. I held my breath, counting the seconds that they were there, losing track each time I passed 50. The only thing that I could move was my eyes, and I flicked my gaze between the three of them, waiting for something to happen. I wasn't sure if they had eventually faded away, or if I had fallen asleep again, or if the entire thing was a dream. The next thing I knew, I was opening my eyes to blinding sunlight and reaching to shut off my blaring alarm. My room might have been empty and non-threatening, but the memory of what happened during the night was still haunting me as I rushed to get ready for work. Before I walked out of my room, I noticed the ring glinting on my nightstand. With a sigh, I walked over and slipped it onto my finger. I figured that the worst-case scenario was that it was a regular, fancy, vintage ring. Best case, it was magic. Either way, I knew that I should want to wear it. When I got into the shop, I hardly remembered to keep the door unlocked and switch the sign from closed to open in my rush to get to the Chamberlain Codex. I forced myself to go through the mental checklist of tasks that I absolutely had to complete before I could allow myself to become distracted with my little research project. Once I was sure that everything was done, I pulled the Codex out of the drawer behind the register where I had stashed it less than 2 days earlier. I tore through the pages, not even worried about how delicate the paper felt. It was like a fever tore through my body, and all that I could concentrate on was finding the creatures I had seen earlier on my hike. I had waited too long to get back to the bookshop, and every hour that had passed between then and now had only made my desperation to understand what I saw grow. The book seemed to respond to my thoughts, and suddenly the pages fluttered out of my hands, moving wildly in the still air of the bookshop before landing on the exact page that I needed. I peered over the Codex, confused when I found that there weren't any diagrams of magical creatures on those pages. There wasn't anything at all on the pages. Both pages that the Codex had opened to were completely blank. I figured it must have been some kind of transition marker, though it was strange. I hadn't remembered any page of the book being blank, but it would have been easy enough to have missed before. At first, I was disappointed that the page the book had taken me to wasn't the exact one I had been consciously thinking about and searching for. But before I went to turn the page and continue my search, I saw something move on the blank page. Ink started slithering around on the page, forming shapes and letters and lines until an image came together, one that I had almost forgotten about. There, in the center of the page, was a circle of wild violets surrounding the water and triangle symbol I found carved into the stone. It was an exact replica of what I had seen on my hike through the Triton Trail. The trail which wasn't supposed to exist at all. In a flowing cursive script under the violet circle was the word, key. I examined the picture more closely, sure that I must be missing something. But there was no traditional-looking key anywhere on the page. Logically, I figured it must have been referring to the stone itself or even the ring of violets. But the key to what? And how was it supposed to work? I turned the page, hoping that there would be some other description of the stone or a mention of a key of any kind. Instead of any diagrams or passages, I found a map. There were symbols that I could easily identify as markers you'd see off to the side of maps, like trees or hills, some sort of map legend. There were faint lines with names scrawled alongside them, reminding me of how smaller side streets are marked on a regular map. But these lines weren't straight, and didn't seem to lead anywhere in particular. They did all start in one place though, branching out from an empty space at the bottom of the 2 pages. There was one bold line cutting through all of this, starting with the rest of the smaller faint lines. It snaked from the start all the way to halfway up the page, with a flower drawn in a small circle. Specifically, a violet. And at the start of the trail, the word Triton was written in bold lettering. I scanned the map for the names of the other trails, which matched up to the names of most of the hiking trails posted on the sign outside of the little gift shop. This map was marking a real physical location. Somewhere that I had actually been. Finally, the mystery of the Chamberlain Codex was starting to come together. Emphasis on the word starting, though. It was becoming real, reaching out from the book and into my physical world in Shadow Vale. The book meant something to me, and not just because I was bored or because my life was empty and directionless. I refrained from jumping up and down with joy like a little kid on Christmas. I wasn't going to find answers about the Chamberlain Codex at the library, or from Mom's shaky memory of our family history, and I sure as hell couldn't ask the creepy shadow figures for help. But I had a map, and even if I didn't understand it, I knew where I had to go. When the bell on the door rang as a customer walked in, I nearly jumped out of my skin. I had almost completely forgotten that I was still at work, and might have left the shop altogether if the sudden appearance of a customer hadn't reminded me that I had an actual job to do. As much as I would have loved it, I couldn't drop my responsibilities and take off on an adventure whenever I felt like it. Reflexively, I snapped the Codex shut in a way that would have looked incredibly suspicious. I cared a lot more about keeping the Codex a secret than what I might have appeared to a stranger. The customer approached me at the register as I slipped the Codex back into a drawer. An elderly woman in an out-of-season pastel floral dress stood before me, one of her hands resting on the register desk in a way that was polite but meant to get my attention. "Sorry," I said, giving her a smile. "Do you need help with anything?" "Yes," she said, looking at me curiously. "I need to find a gift for my granddaughter. Can you show me to your children's section?" "Of course," I said, smiling again to dispel any leftover oddness from when I had hidden the Codex from her. Once I had helped her to the right place, I returned to the register. As much as I wanted to take out the Codex again, I restrained myself. I didn't want anyone else seeing it, and one close call was enough for a lifetime. Instead, I busied myself with dusting a few bookshelves and reorganizing the register. Anything to keep my mind focused on work. At least, until I could finally get out of there and see what the Codex wanted me to find. When the only customer in the store left after 4, and no one came in by 4:30, I allowed myself to close the shop early. I wouldn't tell Mom that, obviously, but I doubted that either of my parents would bother to stop by in the next 2 hours and make sure that everything was running smoothly. I could count on one hand the number of times they'd been to the shop since I had come back and started working there. As long sales were good, they didn't really have a reason to suspect I was doing anything wrong. I sent Dad a text, saying that I was going to dinner with a friend from high school and that I wouldn't be home to eat with them. Lying over text was so much easier than lying in person. All I had to do was be vague about where I was going and who I was going with, which could easily be done by simply not replying if he asked a follow-up question. He replied a minute later, telling me to have a good time. Of course, he wouldn't ask any questions about it. Maybe Mom would when I got home, because she had noticed that I wasn't seeing any of my old friends since I had gotten back. But Dad obviously hadn't noticed at all. Even though Shadow Vale Books had been passed down through Mom's side of the family, it was Dad who had the disposition of someone you'd expect to own a bookshop. While Mom was the numbers person, Dad was more likely to zone out or lose track of time while reading a book. I suspected that half the reason they got married was so Dad could have full access to the bookshop. Dad's lack of attention to detail had always worked in my favor before, and I was glad that he hadn't learned from the mistakes that had led to in the past, like forgetting my curfew and misplacing my school lunches. I did another sweep around the store before I left, making sure that I didn't lock any stragglers inside. When I turned our sign to closed at 5, I suppressed some guilt. I didn't like to lie or sneak around, especially since I had grown more responsible as I grew older. But the way I saw it, following a hidden map was a very legitimate excuse, even if I couldn't tell anyone about it. I pulled the Codex back out from the desk drawer. Looking at it, I realized that it was going to be way too heavy and conspicuous for me to carry in my arms as I went to where the map started. Luckily, I knew exactly where I could find a bag in the shop. When Isabella and I were kids, we'd made a game out of hiding Dad's stuff when he brought us into work with him at the bookshop. Eventually, we'd gotten so good at it that Dad couldn't find them again. So now I was constantly finding things that we had hidden as kids. Every time I passed the air vent, I remembered the day that Isabella found out she was tall enough to reach it if she stood on the top step of a ladder. I pulled the tall ladder from the front of the store all the way to the air vent in the back, being incredibly careful as I maneuvered through the maze of bookshelves. The grate over-the-air vent was easy enough to remove. Isabella never tightened the screws on it, so all I had to do was wiggle it, and it fell off into my hands. Inside there were a few random objects, a $5 bill, an ancient candy bar, and for whatever reason, a tennis ball. But behind those objects was what I was looking for. Dad's old leather satchel. I pulled it out and examined it. The bag was in great condition once I shook off 6 years' worth of dust, and was the perfect size to carry the Codex. Feeling accomplished, I took the satchel back to the front of the store and slipped the Codex into it. I closed the top flap of the bag and buckled it. There, the Codex would be safe from the elements or any coffee that I might accidentally spill as I walked. And it meant that I could also sneak it home with me. I doubted Dad would remember the satchel at all, or that either he or Mom would ask any questions about the bag. I liked the way the gold-colored buckle on the satchel matched the antique finish on the gold band of the ring. The few years the satchel had spent aging in the air vent made it look like the perfect thing to carry around a 100-plus-year-old Codex in, too. With the book secured in the satchel, I slung the strap over my shoulder and hurried out of the shop. Chapter 7. I stood in front of the hiking trail signpost, twisting the ring on my finger. I could clearly see the sign for the Triton Trail. Somehow it had been hidden from everyone, including myself, for years. If the Codex were written sometime around the 1850s, it would have had to be there even before then. I'd only taken one statistics class, so I didn't know that much, but if I had to guess, the chances that a 200-year-old sign would go unnoticed were extremely low. As I was playing with the ring, I slipped it off my finger. The sign slowly faded off the post, right in front of my eyes. Stunned, I slid the ring back onto my finger, and the sign appeared again. Suddenly, I felt like the answer had been right in front of me the whole time. I had literally been holding it in my hand ever since I found the Codex. The ring was the key to seeing the things that were inside the Codex. All the magic of the world was hidden from a regular human eye, but with the ring, I was transported into the other world. No, not transported, necessarily. More like how glasses help you see the things that were always there. It was all in front of me the whole time, but I couldn't see it without the ring. I took off the ring and studied it closer. There weren't any inscriptions in the band, and the red gem was pretty, but it didn't look any more special than a ruby. And I wasn't about to hand it off to a jeweler to confirm what the stone was made of. The lone worker in the run-down gift shop to my right was watching me with an amused expression as I squinted at the sign in front of me, continually removing the ring and putting it back on. To him, I must have looked like I was losing my mind. I gave a quick wave and flashed a crazy smile, then turned and started down the same Triton path I had taken the day before. When I had originally taken the path, I had assumed that I was lost, but I quickly saw that when the trail in front of me disappeared, the line on the map in the Codex stayed. Either the trail was purposely hidden to keep people from finding it, or no one had gone down the path intentionally in a long time, so the forest grew over it again. I stumbled along, worried that I was going the wrong way but allowing my instinct to guide me. It didn't take long for me to reach the violet circle that was marked on the map. I was surprised that I hadn't gotten lost along the way, but figured that was probably not the most unlikely thing I should have been focusing my energy on. The violets were just as I remembered them, forming a perfect circle around the stone in the middle. I had half expected it all to be gone, or that I wouldn't be able to find it again. I referenced the Codex, flipping the page back to the image of the violets and the stone, labeled as the key. I had hoped that I would be able to figure it out once it was in front of me, but I was still miserably lost. I let out a long breath, staring at the stone in the center of the circle. There was only one more thing that I could think to try. Against my better judgment, I grabbed the stone from the center of the violet circle. I expected something terrible to happen once I touched it, but nothing did. I didn't even feel any different when I was holding the stone. If it weren't for the symbols carved into its surface, and the directions on the map in the Codex, I would have figured it was a regular stone that some kids had carved as a game. Even stepping into the ring of violets didn't make me feel any different. It was disappointing, to say the least. But when I referenced the map again, now balanced on my right arm while my left hand held the stone, the map shifted again. The path to where I was had disappeared, and in its place there was another one. I could see swirling lines cutting diagonally across the top of the page, and a dotted path that started where I was now and ended near a row of circles across the swirling lines. I figured that the lines must have signified where the creek was, but I couldn't figure out what the circles across it might have been. I would have thought that they were a bridge of some sort, stepping stones to get across the creek, but the dotted line didn't go across them. It ended somewhere toward the middle of the circles. Whatever was there, I wouldn't figure it out by standing around. I stuck my finger in the book to keep my place, and started walking, referencing the map every few feet or so to make sure that I was still on the right track. Along the way, I saw a few of the little orange bugs and squirrel creatures that I had seen the last time I was out there, but they suddenly seemed suspicious of me. Nothing had changed about me, and I could only assume that the two I had seen before were somehow less afraid of me than every other one. I tried not to get too distracted by that, and didn't follow them to get a better look as I had before. I needed to stay on task if I wanted to get back home before my parents had time to wonder where I had gone. There were no markers on the map in the Codex that indicated how far I needed to travel, so it was impossible to predict how long it would take me to reach the second location on the map. The carved stone was heavier than I expected it to be, too, and I quickly got tired of carrying both the stone and the Codex. I slipped the stone into my satchel so I could balance the Codex in both hands, alleviating some of the weight but not really helping all that much. The map never changed as I kept going, and after about a half hour, I started to worry that I had either gone in the wrong direction or the destination on the map didn't actually exist. It was a stroke of luck that the carved stone was still in the place that it had been on the map. If the Codex were really compiled in the 1850s like I thought it was, the map could be wildly off from what the forest looked like now. I didn't know that much about how land worked, but I knew that the earth was always changing. 100+ years was too long for the forest to look exactly the same as it was when my great-great-grandfather Vincent was working on the Codex. When I heard the first faint sound of the water rushing down the creek, I regained a bit of hope. If the map had accurately taken me to the creek, it might not be so off after all. The closer I got to the creek, the more my hope grew. Through the trees, I could see a little waterfall, and wondered whether the row of circles in the map had been a crude sketch of the rocks that separated one level of the creek from the other. As I kept going, I realized that the little waterfall wasn't actually as little as it had seemed from further away. It was probably about 7 or 8 feet tall, and the water flowed at such a rapid velocity that it projected far enough away from the cliff for a little passageway to form. If I was going to the other side of the creek, I could have walked right under the waterfall. I referenced the map in the Codex again, even though I had it memorized by that point. The line didn't go through the creek, just like I had remembered. It stopped underneath it. I squinted at the map, looking for a hint that I might have been missing. At the very end of the line, in the middle of one of the circles that marked the waterfall, was the same symbol of the violet that had been a marker for where I found the stone. The key, I should say. I put the Codex back into my satchel and removed the stone. I turned it over in my hand, feeling like there was something that I should have seen. It was the key, but it didn't look like any other key I had seen in my life. I stopped when I had reached the edge of the creek. The pathway that was under the waterfall was slicker than I imagined it would be. I looked from my feet to the middle of it, and let out a sigh. There was no way I was going to turn back, just because it looked like I was going to get some mud on my shoes. I put the stone back in the satchel, nestled against the Codex. I would need both hands free to cling to the wall and balance myself, or I would be at risk of sending myself rushing down the creek in the current. The Codex would be ruined by the water, and I'd be completely screwed. I wouldn't have just lost the Codex. I'd have to go back to spending the rest of the foreseeable future working at the bookshop. I'd have to do all of that, and know that there was something else out there for me to discover, but that it was all impossible without the Codex, which I had clumsily lost. With that terrifying thought in my mind, I slowly crept through the narrow ledge under the waterfall. Stray water from the creek flew up and misted my arms. It was no wonder that the earth was so slick. After a few steps, I felt like I was thoroughly covered in water, and wished that I had a raincoat with me. I was glad that the Codex was protected in the leather satchel, or I'd have to deal with wrinkly, water-damaged pages. The further I went, the larger the passage became. What started as a narrow ledge that I could hardly fit 1 foot at a time, became wide enough to sit down. At the very center of the waterfall, I probably could have stood shoulder to shoulder with another person, and still had a bit of room left over. I would never have guessed the passage would become so wide, by looking from the outside. I turned in a slow circle, taking in my surroundings. The waterfall thundered loudly in front of me, and behind me was a naturally formed wall of stone and earth. There wasn't anything obvious, and the Codex map didn't give me any helpful hints. I inspected the wall, running my fingers along its surface. There wasn't anything unusual about it at all, just regular dirt and rocks. I pulled the carved stone out of my satchel and felt its weight in my palm. There had to be something I was missing. If I stared at the wall for long enough, I'd figure it out. I had to. The alternative, giving up and going home, was out of the question at that point. I probably would have camped right there under the waterfall, for as long as it took to figure out what I had to do. Luckily, it didn't take longer than a minute. It was easy to miss at first, but there was a small indentation in the wall right below eye level. I bent down slightly to inspect it closer, and saw that it was exactly the shape of the carved stone I was holding. Suddenly it all came together, the key. I lifted the stone and gently pushed it into place. The wall made a creaking sound, making me jump back and brace for the whole thing to collapse. The noise grew louder, and a small crack began to form in the wall, starting from the bottom and arching around the top. I edged back, almost falling off the ledge and into the waterfall. The crack in the wall formed a complete arch, ending at the bottom of the wall again. Complete with the carved stone key, it looked like it had formed a door. Soft light was emanating through the door, and the stone shifted out slightly from the wall, strongly resembling a doorknob. I tentatively reached out and brushed my fingers over the stone, hardly believing what I was seeing. The red ring on my hand glinted in the faint light coming from behind the door, as I twisted the stone and pulled. With a heavy groan, the door swung open. The cave was lit up by electric lanterns, hung intermittently along the walls. There was a long wooden table in the center of the room, strewn with papers and metal instruments I couldn't identify. Along the wall there was a shelving unit, packed tightly with specimen jars, skeletons, and boxes overflowing with papers. That was all I could take in, before I saw a rush of blue out of the corner of my eye, and suddenly I was flying backward. I hit the stone wall with a thud, the impact so hard that the jars along the wall next to me rattled loudly. Inches away from me was a man's face. His blue eyes were intense, and I almost felt like he was looking all the way through me and into my thoughts. He had dark blue wavy hair that ended above his shoulders, and lines tattooed across his cheekbones and forehead that ended in points. I struggled against his grip, but wasn't strong enough to break away. My heart pounded so hard I was sure that he could hear it. He kept his face level with mine, not moving an inch. His left arm extended past me, holding the handle of a knife, which had priced the edge of my sleeve and pinned me to the wall. In his right hand, he held another identical knife, pointed toward me like at any second he was going to use it. The sound of the waterfall outside made a soft plinking sound in the room, much like a music box, surreal and beautiful. "Hi," I said, my voice breathy and quiet. His eyebrows furrowed, and he tilted his head slightly, just as shocked at what I said as I was. In any other context, a simple greeting wouldn't have been out of place at all. But what else was I supposed to say? After taking a moment to consider my greeting, he asked, "Who sent you?" His voice was deep and ragged, like he hadn't spoken in a few days. "I don't know," I said, panicked. It was the wrong answer. He dug the knife deeper into the wall and looked me up and down, trying to figure me out. "Who sent you?" he repeated. "No one." I pleaded with my eyes, hoping he would see how lost I was in this situation. That seemed to have worked, because after a moment of hesitation, he let go of the blade that was pinning me to the wall. I was afraid to take my eyes off him for too long in order to look around the room, but I gave it another quick glance. When I glanced back at him, I realized that he was injured. I couldn't see the extent of his wounds, but there was dried blood streaked across his bare arms and chest. His dark green pants, which were torn at the knees and ankles, and his shoeless feet were caked in layers of mud. Between the combination of the way he looked and his uneasiness about the room, it was clear that he was afraid of something. He caught me staring at him, and turned so I couldn't see him as clearly. "You're hurt," I said. I wanted to help him somehow, but I didn't know where to start. A few seconds ago, he'd been threatening me with a knife, but I could see that he didn't really want to hurt me any more than I wanted to hurt him. All either of us wanted was to get out of there, and probably to figure out what the other person was doing there in the first place. He shrugged and grunted, almost as if he hadn't remembered that he was hurt at all. He paced around the room, looking for something among the mess. I watched him carefully, growing more confident that he wasn't a threat, despite the fact that he had tacked me to the wall with a knife like I was a wall calendar. It was obvious that he wasn't whoever owned the cave, if a cave was even something that you could own. After sifting through piles of random objects in the corners of the room, he pulled out a moth-eaten button-down shirt and put it on, only bothering to secure half of the buttons. Then he kept tearing through the room, looking through the papers and boxes. He seemed to know what he was looking for, but I was too afraid to ask him anything. I almost felt like I should be helping him, but I doubted he would want that. As he searched, he made sure to keep glancing my way. It was hard to tell what he thought I was going to do. I was obviously not there to hurt him, which he could probably tell from the way that I had been shaking when he first saw me and from the way that I looked. I was dressed for work still, wearing jeans and a t-shirt with little flowers on it. Not exactly an outfit I would wear if I wanted to commit crimes. I took the time that he was distracted to look around the room. It probably wasn't the wisest decision, and if I had even an ounce of common sense, I would be looking for a way to get out. But I couldn't let this one stranger stand in the way of how far I had come to understanding the Codex. At that point, it was too late to back out. What caught my attention the most were the specimen jars on the shelves. I'd always had a morbid sense of curiosity, and when I was in college, my favorite thing to do when I had free time was to wander the halls of the biology department, spending hours looking into their glass display cases of taxidermy and dissections and diagrams. It wasn't that I wanted to do that kind of thing myself, but I couldn't look away from them. The specimens here weren't anything that I would have encountered in my college's biology department, though. Not even close. I figured the medical tools placed haphazardly on the table in the center of the room had been used on the various creatures that lined the walls of the cave, and that probably most of the documents were research notes. They were probably interesting too, but I would rather look at the final result, especially if I only had a limited amount of time in the cave. They were similar to the two creatures I had seen in the forest earlier, and ones that were depicted in the pages of the Codex. I hadn't had a good opportunity to sit down and really read through the information in the Codex, since I had been so absorbed in the adventure aspect. As I took in the specimens around me, I vowed to spend more time carefully reading the Codex. If I had done that before, I might not have blundered into this potentially dangerous situation. I got the sense that whoever had prepared these specimens in the first place wasn't someone that I would want to meet alone in a hidden cave. I was so absorbed in looking at the specimen jars that the sound of a box thudding to the floor made me jump. I'd almost forgotten that even though he didn't seem like he really wanted to hurt me, I didn't actually know anything about the man that was rifling through the room only a few feet from where I was standing. It would be easy for him to attack me at any time. He moved so quickly that I probably wouldn't even see it coming. I turned slowly, afraid that making any sudden movements would set him off. But when I saw him, he wasn't looking at me at all. His eyes were fixed on the corner of the room, and he had an expression of pure fear on his face which set my heart racing. If there was something more frightening to him than everything in this cave combined, I didn't want to know what it was. He made a dash toward the door before looking back at me, as if he just remembered that I was there at all. A shadow was beginning to form in the far corner of the room, in a way that was quickly becoming familiar to me. "We have to go," he said urgently, shoving me toward the door before I could get a good look at what had spooked him. I stood in place, completely frozen, with my eyes fixed on the shadow figure. It was the same creature that I had seen in the bookstore, and that had come to my bedroom the night before. I took a step closer to it, as it drifted through the table in the middle of the room, on its way to me. "Are you crazy?" he shouted, grabbing my arm and pulling me out the door with him. My feet skidded across the floor, until I could regain my balance and run out with him. As an afterthought, he grabbed a cloak from a hook on the wall adjacent to the door and slipped it on in one smooth motion. It looked silky and expensive, which I distinctly remembered since it stood out so starkly from the rusted hook nailed onto the stone wall of the cavern. The door slammed shut behind us and disappeared into the wall again, hopefully locking the shadow figure in. My new companion wasn't waiting around to find out. He was already taking off into the forest, only sparing a glance over his shoulder to make sure I got out of the cave safely. "Hey!" I called after him. "Wait for me." Chapter 8. I ran behind him, crashing through the forest and trying to keep up with his fluid steps. He moved between the trees like he knew them by heart, like he had absolute faith in each step and the next 10 after it. If anything, seeing the shadow figure in the cave was almost a relief. Before, I'd thought that there was a chance that I might have been hallucinating it, no matter how real it felt to me at the moment. But he had seen it too, and was even more afraid of it than I was. It could have been because he had never seen it before, and didn't know what it was capable of, but it seemed more like he knew exactly what it was. There had been recognition in his eyes when the shadow appeared, and it hadn't even had time to fully form into a human-like shape, before he had taken off. When he decided to stop running, I needed to ask him about the shadow creature. I had already seen it too many times in the last few days for it to be any sort of coincidence. I had always considered myself a good hiker, but running through the forest was entirely different from walking along worn-in trails. He kept shooting glares back my way, both for being too slow and for making so much noise as I stumbled into bushes and tripped on protruding roots. I was jealous of the way he was able to move so naturally, as if he was a part of the landscape itself, his silvery cloak glinting whenever a spot of sunlight hit it. The only thing that enabled me to keep up with his pace was the thought that he would leave me behind. Sure, I didn't want to get caught by the shadow creature, or whoever else was coming back to the cave, but mostly, I didn't want to miss my only chance of figuring out what was happening. Even with all his injuries, he was almost too fast for me to follow. I was sure that he wasn't slowing down his pace just for me. He had been about to leave without me, but for whatever reason, he pitied me enough to make sure I got out safely too. Given his already quick and fluid motions, I wondered what he would have been like if he didn't have anything holding him back while he was running. Even as it was, the speed with which he was weaving his way between trees made his figure blur every time he turned. One thing was abundantly clear to me, as I followed him through the forest. There was no way that he was human. As soon as we had broken through the tree line, he hesitated. It was only for a moment, but there was almost an imperceptible shift in his demeanor. He carried himself with less confidence, and seemed like he was lost even though he kept moving. "Where are you going?" I asked, trailing along beside him. I tried to act like I wasn't still catching my breath. He didn't seem to be affected by the run through the woods at all, obviously in much better shape than I was. I wondered how often he had to move like that, if running away was something he did often. He gave an indifferent shrug, which I saw through immediately. He didn't know where he was going at all, but wanted me to think that he had a plan. There was nowhere that he could think to go. As much as I wanted to see what he was going to do next, I knew that we had to find a safe place. There weren't many people around, but if anyone did happen to see him, they would have questions for sure. While he could pass for a regular human at first glance, it wasn't enough to cover up his strange clothing, tattoos, and hair. The cloak he was wearing covered most of that, but might have actually been drawing more attention to him. People were less likely to stare at someone that had weird tattoos and dyed hair than someone who was wearing something unusual. And the cape was exactly that, especially for Shadow Vale. I was about to suggest that he take it off, but I remembered the wounds that had covered his body. If he removed the cloak, it would only introduce more problems. I looked around, calculating the distance between where we were and my house. We were only a few blocks away, but I had no idea what my parents would say if I brought home a bleeding man covered in strange tattoos, who probably wasn't even human at all. The bookshop was actually closer to where we were, and it would mean that we didn't have to answer anyone's questions. We could hole up in the employee room. It would be safe enough, and I was pretty sure that we hadn't been followed. "This way," I said, grabbing his hand and changing direction. He followed without asking any questions, further confirming my suspicion that he didn't have anywhere else to go. I immediately let go of his hand, wondering what had possessed me to grab it in the first place. We hadn't said more than a handful of words to each other since leaving the cavern, and the silence between us became glaringly obvious once we weren't running. We walked on opposite ends of the sidewalk, which probably only made us look stranger to other people who might have passed by. If we were trying to be subtle and avoid attention, I doubted there was anything we could do to succeed. Aside from how uncomfortable we looked, the cloak he was wearing actually drew attention since it was so unlike what anyone would casually wear in Shadow Vale. I looked down at his feet and noticed that he still wasn't wearing any shoes. I wondered if that was normal for him, or if he had just lost them back in the cave and hadn't had a chance to find them before the shadow creature forced us out. I tried to think of something to say, but small talk wasn't exactly appropriate in this kind of situation. I had no idea what was an appropriate conversation with a person who doesn't seem quite human, running out of a secret cavern I found from a hidden map in an ancient codex. The only things I could think to say were probably not things that I should have been asking in public, like if he knew what the shadow creatures were, or how he had come to be in the cave, or whether or not he was human. The last question felt rude to ask at any point, so I wasn't sure if I would ever get to know. He didn't seem like he was quick to open up, or even to talk at all. If he had somewhere else to go, I was sure that he would have already left me behind. He was still trying to maintain his confident act, but I could see through it fairly easily. He kept looking all around, constantly assessing our surroundings like he was certain danger would pop up, and it was just a question of when. His cloak hid most of his face, and he walked with his head down, either to try and hide from whatever might be following us, or to hide his unique appearance from the few people that came within viewing distance. While it wasn't sunset yet, it was approaching that time. The sun was starting its descent, elongating the shadows along the street. Most people were at home by then, eating dinner with their families or relaxing in front of their TVs. I wondered what would happen once we got to a safe place. I wouldn't be able to hide a stranger in the bookshop for long before it all fell apart. One way or another, I knew it wasn't likely to have a good ending. But for now, it was the best that I could manage. I resigned myself to walking in silence, both of us jumping at every shadow or person who strolled by in the distance, trying not to think about anything but getting through this minute before worrying about the next. When we got to the bookshop, I quickly fumbled through my pocket for my keys and struggled to position them into the lock, surprised to see how much my hands were shaking. I didn't feel nervous at all, but I guess the urgency of the situation had blocked all of those unnecessary emotions from my mind. The bell rang as I opened the door, sounding lonely in the dark and empty space. A small amount of light came in through the large front windows of the store, but the sun was setting behind the building, and there were no other windows to let light in. I rushed to lock the door behind us, almost slamming it shut in the process. My hand instinctively reached for the light switch next to the door, but I stopped myself before I turned the lights on. I didn't want anyone to know that the store was occupied, even if they didn't mean us any harm. When I turned to lead my new companion up the stairs to the employee room, I saw that he had already walked a few feet into the store, and was standing by the register counter, looking about with a curiosity he couldn't conceal. "Never seen a bookstore before?" I joked, my voice echoing through the otherwise silent room. He shot me a piercing glare, then concentrated on the floor so I wouldn't be able to analyze his expression. I lifted my hands in defense. "Sorry," I muttered, only half sincere. "There's a place for you to hide this way." I started walking toward the stairs, which were tucked against the wall a few feet behind the register. He followed me, but not without slowly studying the store. He was probably just making sure that it was empty and that we were safe, but it really did seem like he was confused about it somehow. When I asked if he had never seen a bookstore before, I had been joking, but now I wasn't as sure that it was a joke. At the top of the stairs, there was a small landing filled with boxes of books and various printed signs to stick on the windows of the shop advertising new books or sales. Beyond that was the door to the employee room. When I turned the handle, I found that the door wasn't even locked. We used it so infrequently that there wasn't anything in there for someone to steal, and we were never too worried about customers finding their way in. "There's a bathroom through that door to the right if you want to clean up." I stepped into the room and pointed in the general direction of the door. "Thanks," he said, speaking up for the first time since we'd met in the cave. He was already walking toward the bathroom before he finished saying that single word. "I'll grab the first aid kit," I called after him, but he was already gone. I ran back down the stairs. We kept the first aid kit under the register, just in case one of our customers got a paper cut from a book they then were obligated to buy, or maybe if someone stumbled into our store clutching an open wound. None of that had ever happened since I had started working there. I guess until that day. I was lucky that I knew where the first aid kit was at all. As I grabbed it and rushed back up the stairs to the employee room, I hoped that it had anything useful inside of it. When I had gone back through the door, I made sure to lock it behind me, twisting the bolt and then trying the handle to make sure that it was secure. I was certain that we hadn't been followed, but I couldn't let go of the fear that we would be found, either by whoever used the cavern or by one of my parents coming by to check on the store. I tapped lightly on the closed bathroom door. "I've got some bandages here." When he pulled the door open, I stood shocked, taking everything in. He had removed his cloak and shirt, which he had tossed against the wall. I would have been lying if I said I didn't notice how well-muscled his arms and chest were, even though his form had seemed slender underneath his clothing. But what I was mostly worried about was how serious the wounds looked. At least, I told myself that's what I should be focusing on. "Hey, maybe we should go to a hospital," I suggested, my voice strained. Clearly, both of us knew that a hospital wasn't a viable option, since that was probably the first place someone might go looking for him. "It's okay," he said. "I heal quickly." Even if that were true, I could clearly tell that he was in pain. I doubted the run through the forest had helped anything either. "Do you need assistance?" I asked hesitantly. His hand was still resting on the door like he was about to shut it in my face. Instead, he opened it wider. "If that's okay." He turned slowly to show me a gash on his back, and I held in a gasp. Blood had spread from it, making it difficult to see if there was just one cut or several smaller ones. Neither of us spoke, as I continued to examine the damage on his back. He stared at the floor, obviously resenting the fact that he needed my help. He was about a full foot taller than I was, so I had to stand on my toes to really see what I was working with. The wound stretched from between his shoulder blades to halfway down his spine. I had almost expected him to have something that didn't look exactly human, like the way that he moved, but aside from the swirling black tattoos, there was nothing out of the ordinary about his build. The wound itself was a neat line, and didn't look too deep now that I was closer. What was strange was that it didn't look like it had been an accident, or that it had occurred during any kind of fight or struggle. "This looks I didn't know how I should ask why the wounds looked so precise, almost surgical. Nothing in my life had prepared me for what I was looking at. I had never seen a serious wound outside of movies, and I really had no idea what to do. I cleaned it as well as I could with the small alcohol wipes, then pressed multiple gauze pads against it to stop the bleeding, and then wrapped it with the rolled gauze, trying to ration it to cover the rest of his injuries. For the most part, he was stoic as I worked. A few times I caught him wincing slightly in the mirror, so I knew he was holding back the pain. I wasn't sure if he was doing it for my benefit or for his own. As I worked, I tried to make small conversation to distract him from the pain. "My name's Morgan," I said, thinking that he'd respond with his name. There was a moment of silence, and I realized that I would have to ask, "What's yours?" It was a simple question, but he acted like it was something deeply personal. "Azril," he grumbled. I sorted through various responses in my head. "Cool. Nice. Thanks." Nothing seemed to fit, so I simply nodded in response. "This is my family's bookstore, so we should be safe here for a while," I explained. "It's closed today." Azril didn't reply, so I started to ramble to fill the empty space. I told him general details about the bookstore, like how we were closed on Mondays and Thursdays, so it would be open again tomorrow, and that if he needed to, he could stay there as long as he was quiet while the store was open. I couldn't tell if he was even listening to me, or what he might have been thinking about. Once I finished bandaging his back, he took the gauze out of my hand, and I understood that it was time for me to leave him alone so he could finish fixing up his other various cuts and scrapes. I retreated without another word. There wasn't any seating set up in the room, so I pulled out 2 chairs and unfolded them. I wished I had something that would be more comfortable for him, but I didn't even have blankets. I perched awkwardly on the edge of one of the chairs, waiting for him to come out of the bathroom. It seemed it had been ages since I had spent a prolonged amount of time with anyone who wasn't one of my parents, so I didn't really know how to carry myself or what to say. Not to mention the circumstances in which we found each other. The sink in the bathroom turned on and off a few times before Azril came back out. He walked into the room hesitantly, and when he looked at me, it seemed like he was surprised that I was still there. I hoped that he was glad I hadn't left, but it was impossible to tell. He leaned against the wall, surveying the room before looking at me. It seemed like he was still trying to keep his distance from me, and I realized that he might think that I was going to lock him in the room against his will. Whatever happened to him before we got here had obviously been damaging, and I had no idea how he would react to being in such a new, strange place. Not that the employee room of Shadow Vale Books was strange by normal standards. It had a beige linoleum floor and white walls with gray rubber wall trim that you might see in hospitals. There was a calendar on the wall that was outdated by a few years, and a computer tucked into the corner that we used to place orders for new books, but mostly gathered dust, since there wasn't much else to manage in a store with only one employee. "You'll be safe here," I said, trying to sound as welcoming as I could. I wasn't used to being overly friendly, not even with the customers in the store. The great thing about working in a bookstore was that most people wanted to browse the shelves on their own, and if anyone needed something from me, it was usually to ask for my recommendation and not to start a whole conversation. I did have a cheery customer service voice, but in this situation, it probably would have come off like I thought he was a child. When he didn't respond, I added, "You can stay here as long as you need." Instead of looking comforted, he seemed to find it funny. "What?" I asked, finally letting my annoyance show. He almost left me alone in the cave, and had hardly said a word since unless he needed something from me. "I doubt you'd be able to keep me safe from anything." From the way that he looked at me when he said that, I could tell it was equally as much about the way that I appeared, and what little he knew about me. I scowled, but I had to admit that he had a point. I didn't tell him that, of course, but I knew that his opinion was valid. It wasn't like I was covered in muscles, and I for sure didn't know how to use a knife to defend myself. He'd witnessed my survival skills, and I wasn't up to his standards. "I can handle myself," I said, turning up my nose. At that, Azril audibly laughed. My face burned, probably turning all shades of red. I'd forgotten that the most important part of a passable lie was making sure it was rooted in truth. "Sure," he said, still chuckling. "You don't look like you're so perfect at self-defense, either." It was a low blow, but I thought it might prompt him to explain what happened before I'd gotten there. "You don't even have the common sense to run from a soul reaper." Azril's retort came so quickly that I almost didn't catch what he had said. "Wait," I said. "Soul reaper?" He gave me a look of disbelief. "You don't know what a soul reaper is?" I shook my head. I would have been annoyed, but he didn't sound pretentious. He wasn't flaunting his knowledge. He was genuinely confused. "The shadow creature?" I asked. "I've seen them before, but I didn't know what they were called." He took a moment to consider this. "Where have you seen them before?" "Around," I said with a shrug. For some reason, I didn't want to tell him everything about my experiences when I still didn't know anything about him other than his first name. Azril finally lifted himself from the wall he had been leaning against and sat in the chair next to me. Before he sat down, though, he pulled it about a foot back so we weren't too close to each other. It took all the strength I had left not to roll my eyes. The room was already small, so it wasn't like he had gotten that much further away from me. He leaned back in the chair and peered at me like he was waiting for me to say something. I knew he probably wanted to hear more about my experiences with soul reapers, and I did want to tell him. He would definitely have more information about them, and might even know why they had seemed so set on finding me recently. "How'd you get hurt so bad?" I asked. Azril thought out his answer before he said anything. "Got caught somewhere I shouldn't have been." I could tell that this conversation wasn't going to get us anywhere. Neither of us trusted the other enough to reveal too much information, especially when we were both so guarded with our answers. I considered opening up more in the hopes that he would reciprocate, but I wasn't confident enough that it would work, so I decided against it. His eyelids started to droop, and he kept catching himself and opening his eyes wider to compensate. I felt bad, realizing that I hadn't considered he might need rest, or that he might not have been able to eat or sleep as recently as I had. I didn't point out that I had noticed, knowing that he'd consider it a weakness, and he'd only get defensive about it. I sighed, knowing that I couldn't leave him here without trying to make it more comfortable for him. After all, he had made the decision to help me when he could have left me alone with the Soul Reaper. I still didn't know exactly what they were, but the name told me that I shouldn't want to be anywhere near one. Giving him some food and bedding was the least I could do, after he likely saved my life. "If you're going to spend the night here, I'll go home and grab some blankets and stuff." He considered that for a moment, and I could tell that he didn't like having to rely on others to help him. It seemed like he had been on his own for some time, or at least had been taking care of himself. But occasionally, we all need to accept help from someone else. "Sure," he said, his tone soft. Or at least soft compared to how he had been before. I took that as a thank you and stood to leave. "I'll be back soon," I promised before heading out the door. Chapter 9. The night air was cold and crisp, finally developing into the true fall weather. I wished I had an extra jacket, but I hadn't been prepared to be out so late when I left my house that morning. I made a mental note to try to steal some of my dad's clothes for Azril. They'd fit him a little big, but it was better than the torn and slightly bloody ones that he was wearing. I wasn't so sure I could get away with finding shoes for him, but at least he would have something. He must not have lived close, or even in Shadow Vale at all if he didn't choose to go home after we left the cave. What kind of place did someone like him even live in? With his blue hair and tattoos, I was sure that he didn't live anywhere that was at all like Shadow Vale. There was so much I didn't know about him, and there I was, taking care of him anyway. There would be plenty of time for me to interrogate him more after he had gotten some sleep. I told myself that in the morning, he probably wouldn't be so defensive and standoffish, but I knew that was unlikely. It seemed like it was part of his personality, rather than just a reaction to his situation. I wished I hadn't backed myself into the lie I told Dad. Otherwise, I probably could have texted him to pick me up at the bookshop. It would be a lot warmer, faster and safer than walking by myself. Not that I was usually unsafe in Shadow Vale. I walked around alone at night plenty when I was in high school, and the worst thing that ever happened to me was when a neighbor or family friend insisted on giving me a ride home. That kind of thing used to make me feel like a little kid, but it would have been a warm welcome at this point in my life. My house wasn't too far from the bookshop, and usually I was able to zone out during my walk, and the time would pass without my noticing. This time it was different. Even though I knew the way home by heart, I felt like I was walking it for the first time. In a way, that was actually a good thing. If I hadn't been so paranoid, I wouldn't have noticed the man walking behind me. He didn't look too unusual at first glance, wearing a gray suit and neatly combed hair. But this was a residential block of a small town in the early hours after sunset. Even the men who would wear suits that fancy wouldn't be out walking in them at that time of night. Maybe in a city he would have passed as a regular, non-threatening man, but in Shadow Vale his appearance triggered my fight-or-flight response. My heart raced, but I knew that I shouldn't let on to the fact that I had seen him. If he was aware that I already knew he was following me, he might try something bolder. I looked at the houses around me, wishing for the first time in my life that my neighbors would be out on their porches and call me over for a conversation. I'd feel a whole lot safer if someone knew where I was, and maybe it would make the man following me give up. When I picked up my pace, so did the man in the gray suit. I didn't want him to follow me home, but I didn't know how to get away from him. He expertly trailed me as I turned down random streets, always either half a block behind me or walking on the adjacent sidewalk. Far enough away that he could be subtle and not attract attention, but close enough that I couldn't lose him. When I walked past a house with an overgrown garden, suddenly I had an idea of how I could get away from my pursuer. The man in the gray suit was turning a corner around the block, so I had exactly enough time for him to catch a glimpse of me turning into the alley that was just past the house with the overgrown garden. Once I'd gone a few feet into the alley, I ducked behind a hydrangea bush in the front yard of the house next to me. I pressed myself against the foundation of the house, hoping that the bush would be dense enough to hide me. If I had timed my trick perfectly, he would have seen me go into the alley and assume that I continued down that way. I peered cautiously from behind the bushes, watching him pick up his pace and cut across the street to follow me. When he reached the alley, he slowed to a stop and looked around. I took careful breaths and didn't move, praying he wouldn't be able to see me. After what felt like forever, he walked quickly down the alley to find where I had disappeared to, looking behind each dumpster and into every corner between garages and fences. The way he moved unnerved me. He looked like a regular person, but his motions were so precise and quiet that I wouldn't have been able to see or hear him coming if I were really hiding in the alley where he was searching for me. I didn't want to wait any longer for him to figure out I had tricked him. I quietly inched my way out from behind the hydrangea bush. Once I was clear, I gave a quick glance to the left and right to make sure that no one else was following me, then ran faster than I have ever run before. I covered the distance to my house in a time that would have set a record. I bounded up the stairs in only 2 leaps, then flung open the front door and slammed it shut behind me. I leaned against the back of the door, trying to catch my breath. It took me longer than it should have to see Dad sitting on the couch, staring at me. He was holding a book, and had his legs crossed casually. "So," he said, "dinner went well?" "Dinner?" I asked, momentarily forgetting the excuse I had texted him earlier that day. It felt like so much time had passed since then, that it couldn't have been possible that I only sent that text a few hours ago. An uncontrollable laugh escaped from my throat, and soon I was doubled over, trying to stop laughing and clutching a cramp in my side. Dad watched me patiently, and I couldn't have guessed what he must have been thinking. When I finally was able to talk again, I said, "Yeah, dinner was fun." We got milkshakes too. I hoped that additional detail would at least explain why I was out so much later than I had expected to be. Well, I'm glad you had a good time, Dad said. It sounded like a question, even though he hadn't phrased it that way. I just felt like running home, I said, passing it off as something funny rather than suspicious. Surprisingly, it worked. Dad laughed and said, "Oh, to be young again." He went back to his book, and I climbed the stairs to my room. Once I was alone, I took time to regroup my thoughts. I was afraid that if I walked back to the bookshop, the man in the gray suit would find me again. I couldn't risk his finding out where I lived, or where Azril was hiding with the Chamberlain Codex. I had no idea where the man had come from, or what he really wanted with me, but obviously it had something to do with Azril and the Codex. I needed to do everything I could to keep both of them safe, and out of that man's hands. He didn't look like the kind of person who would keep a secret underground cave, but if the last few days had told me anything, I couldn't tell anything about the world around me just by the way that it looked at first glance. Taking my parents' car would be safer, but it would definitely lead to questions I didn't have an answer for. The second I asked for the keys or they saw them missing, they would probably think I was out in a field somewhere doing something dangerous. Honestly, they wouldn't be too far off there, but they wouldn't have been able to guess anything about what was really going on. Regardless, I couldn't risk asking for the car. The last thing I needed was them getting involved. They'd probably want to call the police, who wouldn't be any help. The police probably wouldn't believe me at all, and I doubt my parents would think that I was sane after I explained to them what was going on, even if I showed them proof. Adults could be like that sometimes. They thought they had the world entirely figured out. A week ago, I might have thought the same thing. I wished I had a way to contact Azril to let him know what happened. Maybe he would recognize the man in the gray suit. Or know why he would be so interested in following me. I didn't even know how he had managed to find me, since I was sure that we hadn't been followed back to the bookshop. Not that it mattered much at that point. Something told me he didn't own a phone, and might not even know what phones were. If a bookshop was so unreal to him, I couldn't imagine how he would react to a smartphone. He didn't seem primitive, but I could tell that his world was entirely different from the one that I lived in. Not necessarily worse, just different. Walking back to the shop was definitely out of the question. I had gotten incredibly lucky on the way back home, and I doubted that luck would happen again. Plus, I wasn't even sure if I would be able to sprint for the third time that day. I might have been an experienced hiker, but that didn't mean I had the muscles for running. My best option was to wait until both of my parents were asleep, then sneak out and take their car. I'd have to figure out how to get it back before they woke up, but that seemed more like a problem for future Morgan to solve. While I waited, I gathered everything that I thought I'd need. I shoved a few blankets and pillows into a duffel bag, sitting on it to squish it all down before I was able to zip the bag closed. I also snuck down into the kitchen and stuffed some granola bars and candy into my pockets. It wasn't a well-rounded meal or anything, but it was good enough to last until I was able to get Azril some real food. I hesitated before I put the food into a backpack. I wasn't sure if Azril was human, and what that would mean for his diet. No, that was ridiculous. He looked enough like a human that he probably wasn't too different from us. Once everything was in order, I hid the bags in my closet and sat on my bed impatiently, waiting for my parents to fall asleep. It was almost midnight by the time I was confident it was safe for me to leave the house with the car. My parents had chosen the worst night to stay up watching a movie. I crept through the house quietly, making sure I was careful about stepping on the creakiest floorboards. I'd never had reason to sneak out of the house at night before, and even though my parents usually slept like the dead, I was afraid that they would wake up at the slightest sound. When I made it to the car safely, I could hardly believe it. All the sneaking around made me feel like I was a troublesome teen again. This time, I didn't so much mind the feeling of being younger. It was like I was making up for lost time, or at least, going back to a moment that wasn't so helpless. Before I pulled out of the garage, I stole one more glance back at the house to make sure no lights had turned on. Then, I hunched down in the driver's seat to make myself less visible, and started the incredibly short drive back to the bookshop. The second I opened the door to the employee room, I dropped the bags I'd packed onto the floor. Azril jumped as if a gun had gone off. "Relax," I said. "It's just me." It took me a second to realize that he was sitting on the floor, reading the Codex. When I walked in, he had tried to push it back into my satchel, but it was too late. Instead of trying to hide it, he slowly stood up. "How did you get that book?" he asked, his voice slow and even, like he was trying not to startle a wild animal. "I found it," I said impatiently. I was the one who should have been questioning him for going through my stuff, not the other way around. I cursed myself for not having hidden the Codex before I left. It was too important to me to let someone else have access to it. He could have stolen it from me. I went over to pick up the book, and Azril shifted out of my way, so I didn't get too close to him. I shoved the Codex back into my satchel aggressively enough that it made a point, but not so much that it could damage the fragile pages. "You shouldn't be going through other people's stuff," I muttered. "That shouldn't belong to you," Azril said. "Unless you're one of them?" "One of who?" I asked. At that point, I was more annoyed with him than I was curious. He had a particular way of setting off my temper. The Nightshade Society. With the way Azril spat those words, you would have thought that they were a curse rather than a name. "What are you talking about?" I wondered if Azril was really who he seemed to be, or if I had accidentally found a crazy person and welcomed him into my shop. "You really don't know?" he asked, showing no sign that he trusted me. "If I knew, would I be asking you who they were?" "Only if you were trying to trick me," Azril said. I could tell that he was actually thinking about it, though. I kicked the bags of supplies I had brought for him across the floor. "Those are for you." He carefully bent down and opened the bags, pulling out the blankets, clothes, and a handful of granola bars and fruit snacks. "You're really trying to help me?" he asked. Something about his tone made me soften my attitude. Would I have gone through all this trouble if I wasn't trying to help? "Guess not," he said. He even seemed a bit embarrassed about his outburst, if not apologetic. "So," I said, leaning against the wall and putting a hand on my hip, "are you about ready to tell me what's going on?" Chapter 10. Azril started with the Codex. "I'm guessing you don't really know what you've got there," he said, gesturing to the satchel where I'd stored the Codex. "Not really. I sort of found it lying around the shop." "Lying around?" He raised his eyebrows. "We sell used books here too, so maybe someone brought it in who didn't know what it was. I only picked it up because I thought it was shelved improperly." There, a perfect lie. It was true, but not necessarily the whole truth and not necessarily the important part. After seeing how he reacted to the Codex in general, I didn't want him knowing that it was written by my great-great-grandfather. That would be a great way to ensure that Azril never trusted me again, and he'd probably take off running with my book. I doubted I'd be able to catch up with him if he were trying to outrun me. Luckily, he seemed to buy my answer. At least, for the time being. I was sure that I would have to come up with something better if Azril stuck around. The Chamberlain Codex is the ultimate collection of information about what you'd probably call the supernatural realm. But it's not just information. It's a guide as to how the supernatural creatures can be used for not-so-great purposes. Like what? Azril looked uncomfortable. Experiments. Scientific advancement. And ultimately, the elixir of life. "You mean immortality?" "Exactly. That's impossible." I laughed, but Azril was serious. I didn't see anything about that stuff in the Codex. I'd seen maps and images, sure, but nothing about living forever. "How much of it have you been able to read?" "Not much," I said. "I only found it a few days ago." "So you've been able to decipher it?" I tilted my head. Decipher. Now, Azril was the one who was confused. Yeah, like, able to understand the code? But it's not written in code. I pulled the Codex back out of my satchel to show him. I flipped to a random page and looked it over. The words were difficult to read, sure, but that was only because I wasn't great at cursive. Azril leaned closer to me so he could see the page better. It wasn't something I meant to notice, but he smelled just like the forest after a rain, that distinctly beautiful earthy smell. I shifted away from him a bit, not wanting to be so close. There were certain things that were strangely intimate, like knowing the way a person smelled. Once you knew something like that, you couldn't forget it. If Azril noticed that I moved away, he didn't say anything about it. You can read that? He asked. Sure I can. Do you not know how to read? He burst into a laugh. Of course, I know how to read. This just isn't English. He tapped the page with his fingertip. Then how come it looks like that to me? I almost thought he was messing with me, but that didn't seem like something he would do, especially not in this situation. I'm not sure, he said. I glanced down at the ring that was still on my finger. If it enabled me to see the strange creatures, maybe it was what helped me to read the Codex. Or maybe it was something to do with the fact that I was the author's great-great-granddaughter. Neither of those were things that I wanted Azril to know about. At least not yet. What does all this have to do with the Nightshade Society? I asked, changing the subject. The Codex was written by the same person who founded the Nightshade Society. Vincent Chamberlain. My great-great-grandfather. The founder of the store that we were sitting in. I felt sick. You should be very careful with this book, Morgan. If it ends up in their hands again, they'll finally have the information they need to make every member immortal. And they're not the kind of people you want around forever. What would they do if they knew I had it? I asked, thinking of the man in the gray suit who had followed me. I probably should have mentioned the man who followed me earlier, but it felt like it happened so long ago, and the sense of urgency about it had left me. I'd been more worried about convincing Azril that I was on his side, that I forgot the most compelling evidence to help my case. And I had only thought that they were after Azril, and were only using me to find him. But it was possible that they knew I had the Codex, and were after me too. You wouldn't know anything about a creepy man in a gray suit, would you? I asked Azril. He flinched at the question, essentially confirming that he knew exactly what I was talking about. How do you know him? He asked. He had the same look in his eyes as he did when he was threatening me with the knife back in the cave. I held my hands up defensively. I don't know him, I swear. But I think he was following me. Are you sure? I mean, as sure as I can be. I didn't know why, but I suddenly doubted what happened to me. Maybe I had been too paranoid from what happened earlier, and I wasn't thinking straight. He could have been a normal person that was worried I was acting strange or was in danger, and had been trying to look out for me. That sounded ridiculous in my head as I thought it. No, I said, correcting myself. I'm positive that he was following me. Azril swore. I don't know why I thought I could outrun them. Them? I asked. I was pretty sure that only one man had been following me. There's more than one. They belong to. Azril was evidently thinking about what he was going to say. They belong to a secret organization. One that doesn't exactly people like me. The Nightshade Society? I asked. Azril nodded. They're bad news. Especially for creatures like me. You're not. I desperately wanted to know who or what he was, but asking it outright felt wrong, even though he had referred to himself as a creature. Not what? Azril asked, a slight hint of humor in his voice. Human. I looked at the ground, which only served to confirm what he had suspected I wanted to ask. I guess, I said, my voice uncharacteristically timid. No, not quite. Azril laughed, the sound surprisingly welcome after how cold and guarded he had been the whole time. He didn't offer me any more information than that, but I didn't dare ask. We sat for another moment in silence. Silences between us seemed to be frequent, but not as much as they had been when we first met, and they were far more comfortable than that. Not that we trusted each other much, or that we really liked being around each other. But it wasn't as bad as it had been before. "Triton," Azril said, looking at me with his piercing blue eyes. "What?" I asked, tilting my head. "You wanted to know what I am." My mind raced, trying to figure out where I had heard that word before. It could have been something I'd learned in school when we were studying mythology, but I doubted it. Azril couldn't have been less helpful, having said the name of his species like it was something obvious, the same way that I would say that I have brown hair or that my sister was stuck up. I wished that I didn't have to constantly ask him questions. He was open enough about what he knew about the Codex and the secret society around it, but when it came to questions about who he was and what had happened to him, he immediately clammed up. It was starting to seem like being vague was a special passion of his. I remembered how when I was trying to look up creatures in the Codex before, it automatically went out of my hands and flipped to the page with the map. It hadn't been what I was thinking of exactly, but it was like the book had read my mind and showed me what I wanted to find. Maybe it would happen again, if I focused hard enough on finding an image of Azril in the book. I pulled the Codex toward me and started flipping through random pages. Like the first time, the book started to turn its pages on its own. Azril watched with curiosity, but didn't seem to think that the book moving on its own was unusual in any way. It was more that he was watching me, to see what I was doing, rather than the book. I made a note of this in my head, that this impossibility didn't even surprise him, along with all the other observations about him that I had made. What kind of person was confused by the existence of a bookshop, but seemed to think that books moving on their own was normal? When the Codex landed on a page, I lifted it so I could look at it more closely. At the top of the page, there was the word Triton written in elegant script, with a drawing of one underneath it. "This?" I asked, turning the Codex so he could see. He glanced my way, looking at the Codex like it was cursed. He turned his attention toward his hands, tapping his fingers against the floor. "Yeah," he muttered. I wondered if I had done something wrong, and I flipped the Codex back around so I could see it again. I skimmed over the page, taking in the example drawing of a Triton. It looked a lot like Azril, but with different markings and a rounder face shape. Azril's face was angular and didn't look half as friendly as the Triton in the Codex. "Neat," I said, closing the Codex and setting it aside. "Do you have any cool powers?" "Water," Azril said sarcastically, wiggling his fingers in front of my face. "You don't say." I tried to match his sarcastic tone, but I couldn't keep a straight face. I hid my smile with my hand, not wanting him to see that side of me. Showing him Carefree Morgan would mean letting my guard down, and could only possibly get me hurt in the end. I was better off thinking of him like some strange coworker, rather than a friend. Since I showed him the diagram of the Triton in the Codex, his demeanor had shifted. Even though he had joked around, I could tell that it was more to guard himself than to be funny. It wasn't until then that the weight of what the Codex really was finally hit me. The diagrams of magical creatures. The hidden map leading to secret caves. The precise cuts on Azril's body. Vincent Chamberlain hadn't been documenting what he saw. He had studied and dissected the creatures like specimens for his collection. I wondered if that cave I found Azril in had originally belonged to Vincent, or if he had done anything like what had happened to Azril. Of course, I knew that he had. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to compile so much information into the Chamberlain Codex. My great-great-grandfather was a monster. It was no wonder that Azril had been so guarded and cold toward me. I doubted he knew who I was related to, but the fact that I had the Codex told him that I wasn't someone he could trust. If I turned the page in the Codex, I was almost certain that I would find some other kind of diagram, not just the way that Tritons looked on the outside. Every other animal or creature that was drawn in the book had a biological accuracy to it that could only come through a thorough examination of their body, both outside and inside. I pushed the codex back into my satchel. Azril watched my face closely, probably having sensed a change in my mood with startling preciseness. I'd noticed his mood change too, but it took me a while to figure it out. He was able to tell the exact instant that it happened. If being able to sense others' moods was one of his powers, I was sure that it would be documented somewhere in the Codex under the Triton section. He'd seen the book in my hands before, and already knew what it was, or he wouldn't have gone off with it. I guess that was why he had run off in the first place. He knew how dangerous it would be to go out on his own while people were looking for him, but he did it anyway. To get away from me. I felt like I was going to be sick. There was pretty much no way I could see how to come back from that. I wanted us to trust each other, but didn't know how that was going to be possible if Azril saw me as one of his enemies, and I was constantly worried he'd run off with my book and leave me vulnerable to the people who were searching for us. I realized that I wasn't on either side of this conflict. At least, that's how Azril and the men in the gray suits saw me. I didn't have close enough ties to either side to be reliable. Instead, I was a liability. Neither side could trust me, and I couldn't trust either side. Helping Azril was the most important thing to me, but how could I do anything good if I couldn't be trusted? If I were him, I'd probably try to run away too. Being trapped in the employee room of a bookstore founded by the person who dissected your species as a science project probably wasn't much better than having been trapped in the cave where I had found him. Whatever small amount of trust that had been built since we had found our way to each other had been shattered the second I'd showed him the Triton page in the Codex like it meant nothing to me. There was no way that I could see recovering the conversation. It had been over an hour since I'd gotten back with the supplies I'd taken from home, and at that point, both Azril and I were too exhausted to be talking anyway. Maybe we should get some rest, I said. Sounds good, Azril said, unable to look at me. I didn't want to leave him alone at the shop, afraid that the man in the gray suit, presumably sent by the Nightshade Society, would find me again. If that happened, I wanted to be by Azril's side. If I wanted to get out of there alive, I would need Azril to fight for me. I might have been able to outsmart him, but there was no way I'd be able to take that man in a fight. Our conversation hadn't ended so well, but I thought that it was something we'd be able to get over. It was an honest mistake, and I was sure that he would be able to see that. There wasn't much space in the employee room for both of us to sleep. Plus, I hadn't brought anything for myself to use since I had planned on going back home after giving Azril the supplies I'd gathered for him. If I slept on the chair by the register downstairs, it would give both of us space to relax after the hectic day, and it meant that I could keep an eye on the store. If someone broke in or was snooping through the windows, at least they wouldn't be able to sneak up on us. I'm gonna go downstairs to watch the door, I said, hoping I sounded confident and important. I packed some extra clothes in there if you want them. Thanks, Azril said, relief in his voice. At least I was able to do one thing right. And he even seemed like he honestly appreciated it. I hoped that it would make up for all the things I'd said and done that were less than great or intelligent. Waking up at the register of the bookshop was probably one of the most disorienting experiences I'd had in my life. Once I had remembered that everything that happened in the last day wasn't a dream, I was able to fully wake up without any coffee at all. I was afraid to check my phone, knowing that my parents were probably going to find out that the car was missing soon if they hadn't noticed already. I bet that they would notice the car was gone well before they would remember that I was there too. It was all I could hope that they didn't call the police to report the missing car. There was going to be hell to pay when I got home, that was for sure. But first, I needed to check on Azril. I crept up the stairs, afraid to wake him up. If he were still asleep, I would probably run home to get ready for the day and show my parents that I wasn't dead or missing. When I opened the door to the employee room, it took me a moment to process what I was seeing. It wasn't that the room looked any different than it usually did. It looked the same as ever, which would have been good on any other day but this one. Completely empty and eerily quiet. Azril was gone, and so was the Codex. Chapter 11. I sank to the ground, feeling entirely defeated. I didn't need to look around to know that he was gone. The silence in the room told me more than I needed. The break room had never looked emptier. I forced myself to check the bathroom too, just in case Azril might have been there changing his bandages, but of course it was empty. He was so quiet when he moved that he probably walked right past me while I was sleeping, not even having to bother with keeping his footsteps quiet. Honestly, I should have expected it. For a moment, I let myself regret not keeping a closer eye on Azril and the Codex. But if I had done that, I would have only been making him my prisoner. I wanted to work together, not force him to be around me. If I'd done that, I would have been no better than those Nightshade Society members he seemed so afraid of. And shouldn't I have been afraid of them, too? I had been afraid the night before when I talked about it with Azril, but with both him and the Codex gone, none of it seemed to matter anymore. At that moment, I realized that I wasn't afraid of anything more than I was afraid of having no purpose. Of obscurity. Without the adventure of the Codex, I was exactly what I seemed, a directionless college dropout living with her parents. I kept thinking of how I could have done things differently the night before. The exact moment that I'd shown him the Triton page in the Codex was probably when he lost any faith he might have had in me. There wasn't much I had in my favor that would make him inclined to trust me, other than I had helped him when he was hurt. I might have found him in the cave, but he was already escaping on his own, and it was him that saved me from the Soul Reaper. I had nothing to offer, aside from being able to read the Codex, which probably made me seem even more like a liability. It didn't matter that I was probably only able to read it because of the ring. If I'd only been able to make Azril trust me, he wouldn't have run off with the Codex. He didn't think I was capable of keeping the Codex safe. Or worse, he didn't think I could be trusted with it. If the Codex really contained the secret to immortality, maybe it was too dangerous for me to take care of. At least Azril hadn't been able to read it. Unless he was lying about that, there would be no way for him to figure out how to become immortal. As long as he had the Codex with him, he would be able to keep that safe from people who would use it for the wrong reasons. I couldn't think of a single person I would want to be immortal. Even if they were good now, it was impossible to be sure they wouldn't become corrupt with the power that immortality would give them. I understood why Azril felt that he had to take the Codex away from me, which almost made me feel worse. I wanted him to be the villain, someone I could take my anger out on. Instead, I was forced to feel grateful, in a way. He was doing his best to make sure the secret to immortality was safe. When he wasn't sure that I could be trusted, he ran away. I was still wearing the ring, but it didn't mean much without the Codex in my hands too. In a sudden fit of anger, I took off the ring and threw it at the floor. It hit the linoleum loudly and clattered across the room. I don't know what I expected that to do. Maybe I hoped it would give me some closure or make me feel better. Instead, I felt worse. The ring was a reminder of how much energy and hope I'd put into the Codex, and for what? Even if I still had it, was I planning on getting involved with a secret organization? Azril was afraid of them, but he'd taken the Codex with him. He was probably planning on fighting them without me, or at least hiding the Codex where they couldn't get to it. I was angry, but I couldn't blame him. If I were in his place, I couldn't say that I would have done anything differently. That didn't make it suck any less though. Then there was the problem of my parents. I hadn't checked my phone, but I was sure that they were looking for me by now and had probably left me several messages. I pulled my phone out of my pocket, but the screen was blank. I had no notifications at all, not even a spam email. I didn't realize I was crying until the tears started to drip off my chin. Every ounce of forward momentum I'd gained in my life in the last few days, all the things that made each day worth it, were gone in an instant. Before I left, I begrudgingly walked across the room and picked up the ring. As much as I didn't want anything to do with it, I couldn't leave it behind. I couldn't use it anymore, but that didn't mean I wasn't responsible for keeping it safe. Azril might not have trusted me with the Codex, but I still needed to protect it. Once someone got hold of both the ring and the Codex, they'd have everything they needed to become immortal. I wasn't about to give the ring up without a fight. "Did you hear the news?" Mom asked. I had only just come in through the back door and walked through the living room on my way upstairs. The bookshop wasn't closed that day, so I still had to go back to work even after everything that had happened. All I wanted to do was crawl into bed, but I only had an hour before the store was supposed to open, and I needed to shower and change before I could greet customers. Neither of my parents had seemed to notice that I hadn't been home the night before or that the car had been missing. From where she was sitting on the couch, Mom wouldn't have been able to see me come through the back door. Dad might have been able to see me come in, but he was busy with his morning routine, drinking coffee and hiding behind the newspaper, which would have blocked his view of the door. I counted myself lucky, but still wished that she had noticed my absence. Mom was looking at me expectantly, and it took me a moment to understand what she had asked. At first, I thought she was talking about Azril or the Codex, since those were the only two things I could think about. But there was no way she could have known about either of them, plus she didn't seem upset. It took a while for my brain to process anything other than complete panic or dejection, but I finally understood that she sounded giddy, almost like a child. I half expected her to start jumping up and down. Naturally, I knew it would have something to do with Isabella. "I don't know," I said finally, the exhaustion in my voice barely hidden. "What is it?" "Your sister is coming to visit," she exclaimed, having taken my blank stare as a response. It wasn't exactly what I would have classified as news. I leaned to the left and looked over her shoulder at Dad. He wasn't quite as direct with his excitement as Mom was, but I could tell that he was feeling the same way. The problem with Dad was that he didn't pick favorites the way Mom did, which shouldn't have been a problem at all, but it did leave me without someone who would always be on my side. "When?" I asked, forcing a smile so it seemed like I was happy. There could not possibly have been a worse time for Isabella to visit. Nothing in my life was going well or even under my control, more so than anyone in my family knew about. The only upside to Isabella's visit was that it might distract my parents enough to give me a chance to slip away and search for Azril, though I doubted I would be able to find him. "Your dad's going to pick her up from the train in a few hours." That's pretty last minute. When I came home from college, I didn't get such a welcome reception. I reminded myself it was different this time with Isabella. She wasn't dropping out, she was coming back for a visit. Two entirely different situations, but I couldn't help but compare them. I guess I wasn't the only one who was constantly comparing the two of us. "She's had the ticket for a few weeks but wanted to surprise us," Dad explained. Of course, Isabella would never do anything spontaneous. For whatever reason, the fact that she was all planned and reliable made me feel better about myself. I didn't have much, but at least my unpredictability could be interesting. Not to mention that whenever I was away at college, I would never have considered going back to visit. It was like she was rubbing it in all of our faces that she was the better daughter. Mom couldn't contain her glee and sat there grinning at me. I was sure that she was excited at the idea that Isabella would be able to talk me into going back to school, or at least making some plan for my life that didn't involve living at home indefinitely. The last part didn't sound too bad for me, but I sure didn't want Isabella's help in getting to that point. "Well, I'm gonna be at work then, so I guess I'll see her when she gets home," I said. I turned to hurry upstairs to get ready to leave again, but Mom stopped me. "Don't worry about work today, Morgan. Closing the shop for one day to spend time with your family is okay." She said it like she was doing me a favor, thinking that spending time with Isabella was better than going into the bookshop and working all day. "We can't close today. Someone called yesterday asking if we had a particular book in stock, and said that they were going to come pick it up today." I was getting much better at lying. Mom smiled at me, glad that I seemed to be putting in some extra effort at work. She probably thought that I was investing in my future, or that it meant I might finally be showing an interest in taking over the family business. Not before I went back to school and switched my major from psychology to business, of course. In that case, never mind, she said. But make sure you hurry home. Sure, I replied, grateful that she didn't ask me any follow-up questions. I checked my phone before rushing upstairs. It was almost 8:15, which meant I only had 45 minutes to get back to the bookshop if I wanted to open on time. I splashed some cold water on my face and brushed my teeth before going into my room to change. I thought about my outfit longer than I should have, considering my time constraints. I wanted to make sure that I looked put together, but not because I was going to work. When Isabella came, I needed to look like I cared about the way that I dressed. She always wore these sleek business casual outfits, like she was ready to go into her first day of a prestigious internship. My style was the complete opposite. Where she had flowy mint-colored blouses, I had threadbare t-shirts with holes I kept telling myself I'd sew shut. There wasn't much in my closet that someone would call put together, but I pulled out a burgundy floral dress and a gray knit sweater. I looked in the mirror, hoping that the outfit might make me look more presentable than usual. My long brown hair looked like it hadn't been brushed in a few days, and there were dark circles under my eyes. No matter what I wore, I wasn't going to look the way that Isabella did. I pictured her getting off the train, her blonde hair in a stylish and always fresh pixie cut, and wearing jeans that weren't wrinkled or faded. It shouldn't have been too hard for me to look like I hadn't just crawled out from under my own bed, but no matter what I did, I never seemed to get it quite right. In the end, I had to shrug it off and pretend that it was an intentional look. I did actually like it, but if I wanted to convince someone that I knew what I was doing with my life, they wouldn't believe me for a second, looking like I did. The alarm I'd set on my phone went off, reminding me that if I didn't leave the house right away, I'd be late to open the bookshop. I quickly pulled on socks, then ran back out of the house. Uncharacteristically, the universe had decided to be kind to me that day. I was so miserable that there probably wasn't much that could have made it worse at that point. None of the customers were rude or demanding, and there was a steady enough stream that I spent a good amount of the day busy with actual work. It wasn't enough to keep my mind entirely off everything that was wrong with my life, but it did keep me from sitting at the register and trying not to have a breakdown. By the time I was closing the store, I was starting to have hope that the rest of the day wouldn't be as bad as I thought it might. Seeing Isabella wasn't exactly the end of the world, and besides, it was still an improvement over how my morning had gone. At least I'd had time to prepare for her arrival, as opposed to how Azril left without warning. On my walk home, I tried to get myself into a better mood. Not a good mood, which would have been impossible at that moment. As long as I could pass for happy in front of my family, it didn't really matter what else I was feeling. I felt like I was practicing my lines for a play, and in a way, I really was. When I opened the front door to my house, I was instantly exhausted from the high energy inside. Isabella and Mom were both extroverts, and when I was growing up, I was used to them being loud and talkative, but since I had moved back home, it had been quieter. Dad and I were both introverts, so without Isabella, we outnumbered Mom, and it was mostly tranquil in the house. Dad was in the kitchen, finishing up cooking an actual dinner. For the most part, we'd been eating meals that were quick and easy to make or something that had been frozen. But of course this night was special. With Dad in the kitchen, I had to sit in the living room with Isabella and Mom. It wasn't as bad as I thought it might have been. Being extroverts, Mom and Isabella carried the conversation, while I was only expected to say a few words for every 100 or so of theirs. Soon enough, Dad called us into the kitchen for dinner. Isabella went to the cabinets and got out plates to set the table, and I filled water glasses. It all felt natural, the way we assumed the roles that we'd always had when we all lived together. I found myself blending into the conversation too. I was still quiet like I always was, but I didn't feel like I had to force myself to talk or worry about what I was saying. In terms of taking my mind off Azril, the dinner was going well. Much better than how I would have felt if Isabella weren't there, leading the conversation away from me and my life. I almost didn't notice the passing time. By the time we finished dinner, the sky was already completely dark. Mom got up to make coffee, which I usually declined so late at night, but in the last 48 hours, I'd hardly gotten any sleep at all. I probably could have headed to my room, but I didn't think that I would be able to fall asleep despite how exhausted I felt. It would also raise some questions, since no one else had realized I spent the last night sleeping at the register at the bookshop. Usually, I had to pour about 3 scoops of sugar and enough cream to make it almost white, but when Mom set down a mug in front of me, I started to drink it black. "When did you start doing that?" Isabella asked. I realized how bitter the coffee tasted and almost spat it out. When Isabella saw the look on my face, she started laughing and nudged the cream and sugar over to my side of the table. "Thanks," I said, accepting them like they were a gift. Once my coffee was sufficiently diluted, I drank half of it in one long gulp. It didn't make my eyelids any less heavy, but I felt a lot more alert than I had a few minutes before. I replenished it with more coffee, then settled in to sip it slowly as I listened to Isabella recount everything she was doing in school. It was barely past 9 o'clock when I decided that I'd had enough, and thought I might be able to actually fall asleep. I made a point to yawn loudly once and then again a few minutes later, so it wouldn't seem like I was lying when I said that I was tired and headed up to the bed, even though it wasn't a lie at all. When I retreated, there wasn't even a break in the conversation. The 3 of them continued to talk like my absence didn't have any effect. Once I was in my room, I shut the door securely behind me and leaned against it. I pulled the ring out of my pocket and turned it over on my hand. There was no reason for me to hold on to it, since I didn't have the Codex anymore. The 2 of them were practically one, neither useful without the other. But I still couldn't let it go completely. In the back of my head, I held on to the hope that it wasn't all over. I shoved the ring back into my pocket and threw myself onto my bed with a heavy sigh. Chapter 12. I heard the stairs creaking and braced myself for one of my parents to come knocking on the door, asking me to come back down to play a board game or watch a movie. It felt like I'd already spent ages with them and had finally escaped, but they were about to make me come back. "Hey sis," Isabella said, knocking on my doorframe. "Are you awake?" Now," I grumbled, even though it wasn't even 10 yet and I hadn't fallen asleep at all. It was childish, but I wanted her to feel like she was inconveniencing me. "Thought we could go get slushies?" The last thing I wanted to do was spend time alone with my sister, but I couldn't figure out an excuse fast enough to get out of it. "Sure," I said, throwing off my covers and sitting up with a sigh, making sure she knew that I was only going to humor her. That wasn't exactly true, but I didn't want her to know that there was a small part of me that was excited she wanted to go for slushies. Without our parents around, Isabella wasn't too bad to hang out with. She wasn't trying to prove herself or brag about her accomplishments as much as she did when we were with them, so we could be more authentic with each other. It reminded me of when we were closer, which was so many years ago it was easy to forget we had ever been close at all. When we were kids, Isabella and I used to sneak out of the house and get slushies at the gas station convenience store down the block with the few dollars we got for our allowances each week. It was supposed to teach us how to manage money, and the idea was that we would save up our money and buy a little toy or something every few months. Our parents clearly underestimated the patience of little kids, and by the time they figured out that we were spending it on candy, it was too late to take the money away from us. Slushies became an almost weekly routine for Isabella and me. When she got to high school, she slowly stopped coming with me. I went alone for a while, but it was never as fun as going with her, so I stopped when I got to high school too. Becoming teenagers made everything we did before seem childish, but now that we were kind of adults, getting slushies had a certain alluring nostalgia that I couldn't resist, no matter how grumpy I was to be spending time with my sister. Isabella and I went downstairs and told our parents where we were going. I took note of how neither of them looked surprised, and I was sure that they had all talked about it before Isabella came to get me, and could have even planned the whole thing together. I told myself that the worst thing that could happen was that I got a free slushie from Isabella, while she rambled on about the same things that Mom rambled about to me every chance she got. We pulled on shoes and jackets, preparing to consume icy drinks outside on the cold fall night. The gas station wasn't more than a block away from our house, but without talking about it, we both knew that we were going to sit in the parking lot while we drank them, like we always did. Isabella turned to wave goodbye to our parents, as I was already halfway out the door. I heard Mom call out for us to be careful, right before Isabella closed the door behind her. A few days ago, that might have made me roll my eyes. But now, I knew that there were legitimate things out there to be afraid of. As we walked, I made sure to keep an eye out for Nightshade Society members in gray suits and shadows, shaped like people. The cashier at the gas station was someone Isabella remembered from high school. She leaned on the counter and made small talk with him, as he obviously checked her out. While they chatted, I took 2 of the largest slushy cups and filled them up with the same flavors Isabella and I got when we were kids, blue raspberry for her, cherry for myself. I set them on the counter and backed away to look out the window into the dark parking lot while Isabella paid. The cashier insisted that Isabella didn't have to pay, saying, "Don't worry, it's on me." I bet he thought that would give him the chance of getting a date with Isabella. He even wrote his number on a receipt and handed it to her. Isabella thanked him and folded the paper carefully before putting it in her pocket. If I didn't know her better, I would have thought she was planning on asking him out. Once we were out the door, Isabella took the paper out of her pocket, crumpled it up, and threw it in the trash. I glanced back through the window at the cashier, who smiled at me. There was an ad for menthol cigarettes that covered half the window, so he couldn't see Isabella throw away his number. I doubted she even checked that he couldn't see before she tossed it. She could be careless like that. We sat on the edge of the sidewalk outside the gas station, where the lights of the store could still reach us through the windows. The ice machine hummed loudly behind us, but not loudly enough to discourage conversation. The sugary taste of the slushie mixed with the chemical smell of the gasoline puddled on the pavement created an experience that should have been unpleasant but was nostalgic instead. It almost felt like the last few years of my life hadn't happened at all. Dropping out of college, finding the Chamberlain Codex, and learning Tritons existed, all of these things were all some sort of fever dream. Strange to look back on, but with no real significance to my life. That thought was all broken when Isabella spoke. Her voice brought me back to the real world, which for some reason contained creatures that were supposed to live in dreams and movies. "So how have you been?" she asked, sounding stiff and formal. "Mom tells me you're going through a rough patch." "Not really," I said with a shrug. Maybe she was right, but I didn't want to talk about it with her. I couldn't think of anyone I would want to talk to about my rough patch, less than my sister. Isabella turned to look at me, but I didn't want to meet her eye. She nudged my shoulder gently with hers. "You can tell me anything." For a second, I genuinely thought about how nice it would be to trust her with my thoughts again. When we were kids, I would really have told her anything. But it was different. She'd probably report whatever I said back to Mom, and they'd use it in their little conspiracy to get me to do something with my life that they decided was important or productive. Taking a bit of a break from life wasn't a concept that either of them was familiar with. "Is there something you want, Isabella?" I asked, my words sharp. "What do you mean?" "I only wanted to know if there was something you needed to talk about." She tilted her head to the side like a puppy, hearing something for the first time. She took a sip of her slushie, the blue already starting to stain her lips. I put mine down on the pavement. "Clearly you're up to something. Did Mom ask you to come out here to talk to me?" I spoke quickly, so I didn't have time to feel guilty about picking a fight. Isabella frowned and looked up at the stars. "Nobody told me to do this, Morgan." "Then why are we here?" I asked, not believing a word she had said. Isabella was quiet for a moment, thinking over what she was going to say. "I'm worried about you." I scoffed. "Sure." "No, I really am," Isabella swore. "You've always been quiet and independent, but it's different now. You've become so." I knew that irresponsible was the word that she was looking for. I've never been quiet and independent. Or at least, it wasn't a choice. No matter how hard she tried to write this off as caring about me, I wasn't going to buy it. The only reason she thought something was up was because I stopped following the life path that Mom had decided was best for me. For both of us. "What are you talking about?" "All my life it's been about you. I've always been an afterthought in our family." "That's not true," Isabella said, her voice taking on a rough edge. I could tell that the conversation wasn't going anywhere. Even if she saw what I was talking about, she would never want to admit it. If she did, that would mean that she was a bad sister, and I don't think Isabella could handle the idea of being bad at something, especially if she couldn't do anything about it anymore without inventing a time machine. To her credit, she wasn't dropping the whole concerned big sister bit. It made me reconsider whether or not she was actually putting on that mask, or if she genuinely meant it. "Anyway," Isabella continued, "that's not the point. Do you have any plans going forward?" "It's only been a few weeks," I said. "When I dropped out of college, I thought that I would have a few months before anyone would start pressuring me to figure out what I was planning on doing with the rest of my life." At that moment, most of what was holding me back in life was the thin hope that Azril would come back with the Codex, but I couldn't talk about that. "What about the bookstore, then? You like working there?" It was obvious where Isabella was going with that. Mom had clearly talked to her about her hopes that I might take over the business once she retired. Neither Isabella nor I had ever displayed much of an interest in running Shadow Vale Books. We both always thought that our futures would be outside of Shadow Vale, and the bookstore would only tie me to the town. I shot Isabella a withering look. "Are you?" She didn't have anything to say to that. Maybe she didn't want to fight me, or maybe she was starting to see things from my point of view. Regardless, I was happy that the conversation seemed to be ending. "Thanks for the slushie," I said, standing up and throwing the almost full styrofoam cup in the trash before walking off into the night. Isabella stood and caught up to me, but we didn't talk anymore. She knew that I wasn't up for any more conversation, and probably didn't want to risk me snapping at her again. Our conversation had bothered me, but it was probably the first time that I had considered staying in Shadow Vale and taking over the bookshop. When I thought about it, it was the place that I had found the Codex, and it had been built by Vincent Chamberlain. There might have been more things hiding there, like the Codex and the ring had been. If I was a member of the Nightshade Society and was looking for the Chamberlain Codex, I would probably search the author's shop. That meant two things. There could be something else for me to discover, and that it could be dangerous for my family to no longer own the store. It could fall into the wrong hands, and should probably be protected in the same way that I was protecting the ring. It wasn't quite as important as the Codex itself, but each of their histories were linked together, and that had to mean something. The gas station was only a block away from our house, so it should have been a straight walk back, but something stopped me. I didn't realize that I was turning a corner until Isabella asked me where I was going. "Morgan?" Isabella asked, concern in her voice. I stopped walking and looked around. I had taken a good few steps down the wrong street. Isabella was waiting for me by the crosswalk. We could see our house from there, and had made that walk between the gas station and our house countless times. "Are you okay?" Isabella asked, taking a step closer to me. "Yeah," I said, shaking my head. I didn't make any other move to go back home, though. Something about the darkness in the distance was calling to me. "I'm gonna go for a bit of a walk," I said. "I'll meet you back at home." It wasn't very convincing, but I couldn't think straight anymore. The sleep deprivation must have been getting to me, because I couldn't make sense of what was happening. I knew where I was physically, and I was aware of my surroundings, but I couldn't control the feeling that I had to walk down that way. Then I felt the ring in my pocket growing freezing cold, and I understood. Not completely, but enough to know that I had to investigate whatever was calling me forward had something to do with the Codex. Enough to know that it was too dangerous for Isabella to follow me. "Are you sure you're okay, Morgan?" Isabella asked. She sounded like she didn't believe a word I had said, and she wasn't wrong. "Yeah, I'm fine." I waved her off. "Promise." She looked at me with concern, but didn't ask if I was okay again. "Okay, just don't stay out too late then." "I won't." "Don't worry." Isabella looked at me for another second, then glanced around us like she was trying to figure out what had suddenly changed my mind about going home. She was smart enough to know that there was something I was going to do that I didn't want her to follow me for, but I doubted she had imagined anything like what was going on. She probably thought that I had a secret boyfriend, or that I was going to do drugs in an alley somewhere. I'd rather have her thinking it was one of those two things than knowing about the Codex, so I didn't try to explain or come up with any excuses. I kept walking away from Isabella, hoping that she would give up and start going home without me. She wasn't worried about my safety walking around at night. She just wanted to find out where I was going. Shadow Vale was a small town, and most of the locals were either our friends and neighbors or avid cryptid hunters. Crime was relatively low, especially since a good portion of it couldn't be explained by police, which fueled the cryptid industry of the town in a way that I previously thought was manufactured. Now, I started to wonder if that had to do with the Nightshade Society or creatures like Tritons and whatever else was out there. I slipped the ring onto my finger, knowing that without it, there was a possibility that I wouldn't be able to see something that could be dangerous. I thought that it would feel like a block of ice around my finger, but it didn't. I could still feel the cold, but it didn't hurt in the way that it should have, considering how cold it was. The temperature served as a reminder that I was going the right way, the way that the ring wanted me to go, but wasn't uncomfortable. Most of the light on the street came from the gas station, and there were only a few stray street lamps to illuminate the crumbling sidewalk. Tall weeds grew along the edges of it, and even down the middle of some of the cracks. I was careful to keep my steps as quiet as possible, but there was only so much I was capable of. I felt like I was being drawn forward by an invisible force. While I had control of my steps, I felt like I had no choice but to follow the feeling. If I didn't, I was sure that I would regret it, or otherwise not be able to get it out of my head until I went back to see what was there. I got so caught up in my thoughts and my single-minded search for what was calling to me that I forgot to look back at Isabella to make sure that she wasn't there. It didn't seem important anymore, and I half forgot she had come with me in the first place. After walking about 2 blocks away from the corner where I had parted with Isabella, I stopped. To my left was an alley, even darker than the street I was walking down. Every part of my rational mind was screaming at me not to go down the alley, but again, I didn't really have a choice. Even if the ground was made out of lava, I would probably find a way through it to get to whatever was calling to me from the dark. With the last fragment of rational thought I had left, I pulled out my phone and used the weak flashlight on it to see the ground in front of me. Without it, I would be completely lost in the dark. It only worked to brighten about a foot of space, so I kept it pointed at the ground where I was about to step. Eventually, my eyes adjusted to the low light enough that with my phone's flashlight I could see. It wasn't perfect, but I wasn't about to stumble into any walls or dumpsters, which was good enough for me. Without that extra bit of light, I probably wouldn't have been able to see the crumpled form of Dad's old leather satchel, the one I had used to carry the Codex. It looked like it had been thrown across the alley and was resting near the brick wall of the back of the Italian restaurant everyone had birthday parties at. I cautiously moved toward it. The way it was sitting out in the open made me feel like I was walking into a trap, but I couldn't see anything else around it. The ring started to grow warmer as I approached the bag, and once I had squatted down beside it, the ring reached a regular temperature. I unbuckled the bag and opened it. The codex sat inside, looking completely undamaged. I let out a sigh of relief, but didn't let myself relax. Azril wouldn't have just left it sitting alone unless something terrible had happened to him. I pulled the codex out of the bag and studied it, trying to see if there was something I might have been missing. There was nothing wrong with the codex, and the bag looked exactly as it did the last time I saw it. No sign of a struggle or anything else mysterious was in the alley around the satchel either. Nothing could explain what happened and how the codex ended up there of all places. Anyone could have stumbled across it. It would have been easy for one of the workers at the Italian restaurant to see it when they took out the trash. With the back door of the restaurant open, the light coming from inside would have fallen exactly on the spot where the codex was. I couldn't speak for everyone, but I knew that if I were a worker there, I would have picked up the satchel for sure. That meant that it couldn't have been there for too long. It had to have been recently dropped. I paused and listened for any movement around me, but the only noises were the extremely muffled sounds of kitchen workers and the occasional buzz of a bug flying by. When I was certain that I was alone, I opened the codex, hoping that I might find some answer in there. The codex knew exactly what I needed, as it had before. I opened it up to a random page in the middle, then set it on top of the satchel and watched the pages turn on their own. They landed on the Triton page. Confused, I looked closer and saw that it wasn't the same Triton page as it had shown me before when I was sitting in the bookstore employee room with Azril. This time the page was entirely blank, aside from one image of a Triton. He wasn't displayed in a way that was informational, and there weren't any measurements or notes around it like there were on the first one that I saw. The drawing was detailed enough that I could tell it was Azril. Though I hadn't gotten a chance to look at the Triton page of the Codex since I first saw it, I remembered that the markings on the Triton were different than Azril's. The example drawing had markings that were more rounded and bolder. Azril's were pointed and thin, almost delicate, though I would never use that word to describe them if I were talking to him. The Triton on this page had the same lanky and muscular build as Azril, and even managed to capture the thoughtful expression that he always seemed to sport. Then I noticed something that erased any doubt I could have, that this wasn't a drawing of Azril. He was wearing the shirt that I had brought from my dad's closet, a plain gray striped t-shirt, looking out of place with his otherworldly appearance, and the silk cloak from the secret cave that was still draped around his shoulders. The drawing of Azril turned its head to look directly at me. Its lips were moving like it was trying to say something, but I couldn't tell what it was. It looked like he was repeating one word, but there was no way I could be sure without hearing it. I knew that it was only a drawing on a page, but I felt like he could really see me. Maybe he could. If I were able to see him, how much crazier would it be if he could see me? With my heart racing, I watched him try to communicate for a minute. There was no way that I could reach him, and even if he could somehow see me, I figured there wasn't a way that he could hear me either. "What's that?" A voice echoed through the alley, causing me to jump and snap the codex shut. I turned around slowly to find Isabella standing at the entrance to the alley. "You followed me?" "You were acting weird," she said. To be fair, it was a credible reason to follow someone. Not to mention that she found me crouching in the corner of an alley. Isabella peered around me, trying to see what I was doing. There was no way that I would be able to hide the codex from her without seeming absolutely insane. I straightened my posture and reluctantly showed the codex to her. "What's that?" Having assessed that there wasn't anything weird lurking in the alley aside from me, she came closer and squatted on the ground next to me to get a better look at the codex. "A book I found," I said. "Cool, right?" I hoped that would pass it off as something strange and interesting, rather than something that was important. I wanted her to take a look at it and decide that it wasn't nearly as exciting as she thought it might have been. Of course, I was wrong. She reached out for it, and I felt like I had no choice but to hand it over to her. She immediately opened it up and started flipping through the pages, skimming for any hint as to what the book could be. I cringed as I watched her handle the pages, fighting my instinct to take it back from her or snap at her to be more careful. "I don't get it," she said, wrinkling her nose. "I think it's written in Latin." It was obviously not written in Latin, but that was the only thing I could come up with. "Maybe," she said thoughtfully. I looked over her shoulder at the Codex. I was wearing the ring, so the images and words on the pages made sense to me, and I had to remind myself that the two of us were seeing an entirely different book. My hands twitched, and I shoved them in my pockets to prevent myself from taking the Codex out of Isabella's hands. I imagined how that would go, possibly ending in us tearing the Codex in half. I'd rather have Isabella hold the Codex peacefully than ruining it entirely, but only by a little. I heard something rustling further down the alley that pulled my attention away from Isabella getting her fingerprints all over the Codex. At first, I thought it was just a raccoon or a rat going through the garbage bins, but the noise was too subtle for that. An animal rifling through trash wouldn't be so conscious of the amount of noise that it made. Isabella didn't seem to notice, and was still staring down at the Codex. I didn't want to leave her with it unsupervised, but I needed to investigate what was moving in the dark. Maybe that seems like it would be a bad idea, but the way I figured, if it were something dangerous that was going to attack us, I would rather it happen while I was prepared, instead of attacking us from behind as we were walking out of the alley. There was a dead end in the alley, so the whole thing was only about a fourth of a block long, not leaving a lot of space for someone or something to hide. Isabella hardly noticed that I was walking away, she was so engrossed in the Codex. At least I knew that if there was any danger, she would be able to escape first, leaving me behind to deal with whatever the threat was. The further I went down the alley, the more I doubted what I heard in the first place. But I was still on edge from seeing Azril in the Codex, and I wasn't about to give up until I was certain that there wasn't anything watching Isabella and me from the dark. I was about to turn back and yell at Isabella for putting the Codex on the dirty alley pavement, but I heard the rustling sound again. This time, since I was closer, it sounded like someone was struggling. I thought I heard someone whisper, "Be quiet," but it could have just been the wind. I pulled out my phone again, hoping that the flashlight would help me see, but it was too weak to really do much and didn't reach the darkest corners of the alley. Then I saw it. Bright blue eyes staring at me through the darkness. Azril. He looked at me and shouted, "Run!" Chapter 13. Seeing Azril was a shock. I don't know what I was expecting, but when I saw him, I couldn't move. I had been hoping that I would see him again for so long that I couldn't register that he just told me to run away. At first, I wondered why he wasn't coming closer. I took a step back after his warning, but didn't have time to start running before I noticed a man in the Nightshade Society's trademark sleek gray suits standing behind him. Then it was too late. I let out a half yelp, stuck between calling for help and screaming in fear. It wasn't something I was proud of, but I didn't have time to figure anything else out. The man threw Azril to the side and lunged for me. Azril's head smashed against the brick wall, and he crumpled to the ground. I didn't have time to glance to see if he got up. The man had tackled me to the ground and was pressing his hands around my neck. I struggled for air, flailing my limbs. I was able to hit him a few times, but he didn't notice at all, and each time I hit him, the impact was weaker. Darkness started to appear at the edge of my vision, and I knew that I was about to pass out. Out of the corner of my eye, I watched as Azril struggled to stand and come to help me. He staggered to his feet and lurched forward, and was about to attack the man. Something else appeared from the right. I saw a flash of blonde hair and then a bright light. The Nightshade Society man collapsed on top of me, and I rushed to scramble out from underneath his weight. Azril lifted him off me and threw him to the side like he weighed nothing. I looked around, trying to figure out what it was that saved me. Isabella was standing to my right, holding a weapon of some sort. I looked closer, in complete disbelief that she had been the one to save me. The weapon was still glowing, and she held it out toward Azril like she was about to use it again. When she thrust it forward, I heard it buzz, a taser. Azril was too quick for her attack and dove behind her. He grabbed her arm and twisted it, causing her to yelp in pain and drop the taser. It hit the ground and Azril picked it up. "Don't worry," he said. "I'm on your side." "You sure about that?" Isabella asked, rubbing her arm where he had grabbed it. In response, Azril turned off the taser and handed it back to her before helping me stand. "Are you okay, Morgan?" he asked. I nodded and brushed some stray gravel off my legs, still trying to catch my breath. My throat burned, and I had a few scrapes on my legs, but I was otherwise fine. "Wait," Isabella said. "You know each other?" "Sort of," I said, my voice ragged. Isabella looked at Azril, and I could see her trying to make sense of the black markings that were visible on his face and arms, as well as his unnaturally bright blue eyes and dark blue hair. I was sure that she wasn't close to guessing that he wasn't a human, but it was still a lot for someone to take in. She slowly put the taser back into her jacket pocket, but I could tell that she wasn't about to let her guard down anytime soon. "Since when do you carry a taser around?" I asked breathlessly. "What, are you upset about it?" "Well, no, I guess not." If Isabella hadn't followed me and incapacitated the Nightshade Society goon with her taser, I might have been dead, and Azril would have been taken back to some secret underground cavern to be tortured or experimented on. Isabella kept staring at Azril, and I almost warned her that he was clearly getting annoyed, but I found I cared more about my aching neck than about how well the two of them were getting along. Azril looked at me with something I could only describe as disgust. "Who's that?" he asked, pointing to Isabella. I frowned. "My sister." Isabella was less than thrilled that she was being talked about, as if she weren't right there. "Don't worry. She doesn't know anything," I told him, just in case he thought I had said something to Isabella. "What are you talking about?" Isabella asked, frustrated. Azril had already thought that I wasn't completely trustworthy, but we had been forced back into each other's lives anyway. I didn't need to give him any other reason to resent me. I never wanted to get anyone else involved, least of all my sister. I noticed that Isabella had dumped the Codex on the ground, probably in a hurry to come help me. I picked it up and looked it over, making sure that it wasn't damaged. "Is someone going to tell me what's going on?" Isabella asked. Azril and I were quiet, neither of us willing to give her any information, but for entirely different reasons. She might have saved my life, but I desperately wished that she wasn't there. I finally had something that made me special, and in comparison made Isabella regular. All our lives, she'd never had to deal with the feeling of inferiority in that way. She'd always been graceful about it with me, charitably reminding our family of my existence and accomplishments in the midst of hers. It brought out the competitive side in her that I had always tried to shy away from when we were kids. I hated how she would do anything to be the best, often disregarding how that affected me. I didn't want her to be able to take this from me. She would find a way to do it, I was sure. All she needed was some time, and she'd take full control of the situation. Maybe it would be smart to have let her, but I was sure that no matter what, she'd be going to school on Monday. There was no way she would postpone her future to play around with magic creatures and a mysterious book. She would only want to control it when it was convenient for her. When it was the best option. I tightened my grip on the spine of the book, like I was preparing for her to rip it out of my hands. Isabella didn't notice that move, but Azril did. He didn't say anything, but reached out his hand to take the book from me. I hesitated, before handing the Codex over. I felt like I didn't have another choice, but I didn't want to give in to him so easily. I wanted him to at least think that I had some authority over the Codex, when in reality, it couldn't have felt farther from the truth. Maybe the Codex should have belonged to me since it was written by my ancestor, but the contents of it had absolutely nothing to do with my life until I found it. Azril, on the other hand, was tied up in its secrets from the second he was born. If it had to belong to one of us, it would have been him. I was amazed that after all that had happened, Azril managed to maintain his composure. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought that he was bored. Blood was trailing down his cheek from the gash where his forehead hit the brick wall. He wiped at it like it was annoying, rather than a serious wound. "We should get out of here," he said, glancing down at the man's body. His eyes were still open and watching us, but he didn't move. "Is he alive?" I asked, tempted to nudge him with my shoe. "Yeah, he's fine," Isabella said. "He's temporarily paralyzed." "How many times have you tased someone?" I looked at Isabella in a new light. She shrugged in response. I was pretty sure that she had never done it before, but she did at least know how to use her taser and what it did to its victim. "You're right," Azril said. "We need to go." The man's fingers started to twitch as he slowly regained control of his body. "Now," Azril said urgently, pushing Isabella and me out of the alley. The three of us started running, with me taking the lead. We couldn't go back to my house, for a million-plus reason. Again, the only safe place I could think of was the bookshop. There was no time to figure out a safe way to get there. We had to hurry, or the Nightshade Society might catch up with us. Once we were at the bookshop, we hurried inside. We paused on the first floor, trying to catch our breath from the run. Even Azril seemed winded, which was probably half because of his head wound. Isabella leaned against one of our precariously balanced bookshelves, which trembled slightly under the sudden pressure. "Careful," I said. "If that falls, it'll kill you." "Oh, it won't," Isabella said, waving me off like an annoying fly. I looked at the bookshelf, but it didn't seem like it was wobbling anymore. That did nothing to lessen my nerves, but I didn't say anything else about it. "Besides," Isabella said, "I'm way too young to die." "Oh yeah? Do you think the books know that?" I asked. The whole time Azril was studying us. I wondered what he thought of our bickering, especially since we had seemed to prioritize it over talking about what had happened. He knew that I understood enough about everything to have recognized a member of the Nightshade Society, but Isabella had no clue what was going on. "Maybe we should head upstairs," I suggested, looking back at the large, uncovered windows nervously. Isabella walked into the employee room first, and when I went to follow her, Azril grabbed my arm and slammed the door shut in front of us. "What the hell?" Isabella shouted from inside. I gave Azril a look that echoed her statement but said, "Give us a second, Isabella." Azril pulled me a few steps from the door, and spoke in a hushed tone so Isabella couldn't hear. There wasn't much room on the second floor, so I was backed up to the wall next to the staircase. He stood a few inches away from me, and I tried not to stare at him. My eyes were drawn to his face, but I didn't want to give him any other reason to be annoyed with me, so I looked at the floor instead, clutching the Codex to my chest. "You shouldn't have told her," he whispered. "I didn't," I said, pulling my arm out of his grip. "She's only finding out now." Clenching his jaw, he studied me like he was trying to read my mind. I knew enough about Tritons now to know that wasn't one of their abilities, but I had figured out Azril was pretty good about reading other people. He might have thought he had to steal the Codex from me, which may or may not have been an accurate assessment, but he knew that Isabella would press her ear against the door in an attempt to hear our conversation. He believed me, but he wasn't done making his point. "It's too dangerous. You have to get her out." "I have to get her out? I've been trying to get away from her for years." "I don't care. She's not helping us." That was the moment I knew I was officially on his team. It didn't really matter if it was only because he had no other option. When he said us, my heart skipped a beat. Okay, I said. "She's leaving town on Monday anyway. So we'll have to deal with it until then." Azril rolled his eyes but took a step back, indicating the conversation was over. I went back to the employee room and walked through the door. Isabella jumped back and tried to act like she hadn't been trying to overhear our conversation. From the look on her face, she hadn't been able to hear anything at all. "What was all that?" she asked me. I smiled at her. Sorry. She waited for me to give her more information, then pouted when it became clear I wasn't going to fill her in on the secret meeting that she'd missed. Azril and I looked at each other, both waiting for the other person to say something. Isabella tapped her foot impatiently and crossed her arms. She looked like Mom did when we were kids, and something in the house broke, waiting for one of us to confess to having broken it. So? Isabella asked. I pretended that I didn't know what she was talking about. To be fair, we did owe her an explanation. From her perspective, the two of us had put her in danger. She probably thought that we were safe now, but she didn't realize that knowing more about the situation would put her in greater danger. Azril was right. We couldn't let her in on everything, so I would have to come up with a smaller version of the events that was somehow also convincing enough that she didn't know we were keeping things from her. This is my friend Azril, I said, pointing to Azril. He glared at me, but didn't say anything. He's in trouble with a rival gang. Azril lifted an eyebrow, but tried to keep his composure. He could tell where I was going with it, and even though he didn't like how it made him seem, it was better than the truth. There aren't any gangs in Shadow Vale, Isabella said. She might have sounded like she didn't believe me, but I could tell that she was really thinking about it. Azril reluctantly cut in, to give the story some credibility. They're very small but ruthless when you cross them. He didn't look anything like what you might assume a small-town gang member would look like, but Isabella didn't question it. As long as Azril and I were telling her the same story, she didn't have much room to argue with it. Plus, he did have what appeared to be face tattoos if you didn't know any better. He looked passably human, too. Members of the Nightshade Society didn't look much like Shadow Vale gang members either, but they did look almost like they belonged in a fancy 1920s-era mob. Like they had experienced smuggling liquor to different speakeasies or something. All right then, Isabella said, hesitantly trusting us. Then how did you get involved in this, Morgan? I hadn't thought that far. I got hurt in a fight, Azril said. And she found me and helped bandage me up. Oh, Isabella said. From the way she said it, I could tell that she was more surprised that I was kind enough to help bandage Azril up than that I was in some way involved in a gang fight. And she was maybe a little jealous that I had gotten to play nurse, especially since she was the one who was planning on going to med school. I tried not to take any of that personally, but it still managed to sting. So are we safe now? Isabella asked. I looked at Azril, but neither of us knew the answer. As for Azril and I, we probably were never going to be safe as long as we were involved with the Codex. But Isabella would go back to her own world soon enough, where the Nightshade Society wouldn't bother to track her down, since she didn't have the Codex. Yeah, I think we're safe, I said. When Azril and I ran from the cave under the waterfall, we weren't tracked by the Nightshade Society. The bookshop was fairly safe, since they still hadn't figured out that was where we were hiding. And we still had the Chamberlain Codex with us. Maybe that wasn't something that actually made us immediately safe, but it did mean that it was out of the wrong hands, which was a different kind of safe. Isabella's phone started to ring, and she jumped to answer it. It's Mom, she said before she picked up. While she was on the phone, explaining to Mom that we had gone on a walk and would be home soon, I picked up the satchel with the Codex and hid it under the cabinets where we kept old tax documents. It wasn't a great hiding place, but it was out of the open, which was the best I could do. Azril took a seat and stared off into the distance. I wished I could know what he was thinking about. He seemed to read me so easily, but I had no idea what was going on with him most of the time. It was possible that he was planning his next escape, and how he was going to get the Codex away from us when we were all in the same room. I was sure of one thing: I wasn't going to leave him alone with the Codex again. In a few minutes, Isabella hung up the phone. They're going to bed soon, so we should get back, she said. I'm not sure, I said, looking at Azril, who shook his head. It might still have been dangerous for us to go outside, and I didn't want to take any risks. That meant spending another night in the bookshop, even if it meant making Mom and Dad worry. Why not? Isabella asked, entirely misreading the situation that we were in. I was sure that she thought Azril was the problem, and that the two of us were fine to go out even if Azril wasn't. Our house was close enough that she probably thought it wasn't a big deal to walk home, since it wasn't going to take us more than 15 minutes to get there. Well, it's pretty dark out, I said. Probably better if we all spent the night here, Azril added. Isabella looked at Azril skeptically. She was probably wondering why he had such an opinion about it, or maybe thinking that he was just using us for a place to stay. In the end, she couldn't argue with both of us and gave in. She called our parents back to tell them that we had run into an old friend, and were going to hang out at their house and spend the night because it was so late. If it had been me calling and telling them that, they wouldn't have believed me. But Isabella would never lie to them. At least that's what they thought. I was amazed that they didn't even ask her any questions about it, and took what she said at face value. The whole call barely lasted for 2 minutes, and then she hung up the phone. There were a few blankets left from when I brought them over for Azril, and only one pillow. I offered to be the one without either, but Azril insisted that Isabella and I take them. I let Isabella have the one pillow, and she didn't argue. The linoleum floor was freezing and probably the most uncomfortable place I'd ever spent the night, including when I slept at the register the night before. I didn't plan on sleeping anyway, since I needed to keep an eye on the Codex. Azril had taken the spot on the floor that was closest to the cabinets where I had stored the Codex, and I knew that had to have been on purpose. It might have meant he was trying to protect it, but I wasn't going to give him the chance to steal it again. I took the satchel and Codex out of the cabinet and used it as a pillow. It was even more uncomfortable than I would have been without it, and the leather stuck to my face in an unpleasant way, but I pretended that it wasn't so bad. Azril probably saw past that, and knew my real motivation for sleeping with the Codex under my head, but he didn't say anything and didn't look like it bothered him at all. In fact, he looked like he thought the whole thing was funny, which made me think I had misjudged him. None of us made any move to turn the light off, making me think that none of us were planning on actually falling asleep. But a few minutes later, the perfect Isabella started snoring. Azril and I accidentally made eye contact, stifling laughs at her snores, which were so loud they sounded like she should be coming from an old man. My makeshift bed might have been uncomfortable, but the exhaustion that had built up over the last few days was finally catching up. My eyelids drooped, then shut completely, and in a matter of minutes I was asleep. I wasn't sure how much rest I had managed to get, but it felt like I had only just closed my eyes when I was awakened. Azril was frantically shaking my shoulder. When I started to ask what was going on, he covered my mouth with my hand. "Stay quiet," he whispered, keeping his hand over my mouth until I nodded my agreement. Isabella was still asleep a few feet away from me, but her snoring had stopped. I heard something downstairs. Azril was so quiet that I wondered how I was able to hear him speak at all. If anyone else was worried about a noise they heard at night, I probably would have thought that they were just paranoid. But with Azril, it was different. I trusted his instincts. Plus, it was possible that he had some Triton superpower hearing that I didn't know about. "I'm going to check," he said. "Stay here and be careful." He stood up to leave, but I caught his arm. "Wait," I said. "I'm going with you." I thought that he was going to have a negative reaction to that, but instead, he seemed like he was grateful. I wasn't much of a fighter, and wasn't very good at running either, so I wasn't sure what about my company would make him feel better, but I was glad about it anyway. Chapter 14. Azril and I cracked open the door slowly, making sure not to wake Isabella. All the lights in the shop were off, aside from the one still on in the employee room. It didn't matter that the lights were off because the sun was starting to rise in front of the windows on the main floor, so there was enough light that we could see properly, even though there were still many long shadows cast by the bookshelves. We didn't hear anything strange, but Azril and I crept down the stairs to be sure. From the door of the employee room, we weren't able to see much of the main floor of the shop. "What are you doing?" Azril and I both jumped at the sound of Isabella's voice, which was glaringly loud considering how quiet we were trying to be. Isabella could do a lot of things, but she couldn't take a hint. "God, Isabella," I said at a regular volume. If there were anyone who was intending to harm us in the shop, our cover would have been blown the second she asked what we were doing. There was no point in trying to keep quiet anymore. "I thought I heard something down here," Azril grumbled, even more annoyed at her than I was. "Oh," she said, looking back and forth between us and raising an eyebrow, clearly thinking that there was something going on between us and that we had gone downstairs to have some special alone time. Azril didn't say anything. Instead, he tossed his head back and looked at the ceiling, a gesture that probably meant, "God, why do I have to deal with this?" I felt the same way, but didn't do anything to convince Isabella that she was wrong. I wasn't sure why not, and my lack of argument probably solidified her assumption. Usually, I would have argued with her about it, since we both loved to prove each other wrong more than anything. I told myself that it was just because it didn't matter so much at the moment, and that what I should have been focusing my energy on was making sure that we were safe. I followed Azril through the store, leaving Isabella to trail behind us. In 1 second I saw Azril walking ahead of me, and the next second he was a blur of motion. He grabbed my hand and pulled me behind a bookshelf, and gestured to Isabella to hide as well. She saw the intense look on his face and didn't try to argue. The door started to rattle. I thought that it could have been a strong wind, but the sound became more intense. Someone was trying to break into the store. "He saw me," Azril said. "He was looking through the window." I didn't have to ask who he meant. It was the Nightshade Society member that Isabella had shocked with her taser. "How did he find us?" I asked. "I don't know. He must be tracking me somehow." Isabella peered out from behind the bookshelf in front of us. When she saw the man at the door trying to break in, she let out a gasp and ducked back into her hiding place. She might have been brave enough to face him once, but that was because there was no other option at the time, and I doubted she had her taser on her anymore. Now we had to wait until he inevitably found us. And we didn't have anything to defend ourselves with. Unable to pick the lock, he resorted to slamming into the door with his shoulder, trying to break it entirely. The man threw open the door with so much force that it hit against the display shelf and shattered the glass, showering the entryway in glittering shards. He had to have been the same person whom Isabella attacked in the alley. His suit wasn't as clean and put together as the ones I had seen before. It was streaked with dirt, and the shoulder of both the suit and the white button-down shirt underneath were torn, exposing his muscular shoulder. It was far too late for him to have followed us from the alley. If he had, he wouldn't have had any reason to allow us to rest for a few hours before attempting to break in. Azril was right. The Nightshade Society members must have found a way to track him. He stepped into the shop and brushed the loose glass off his sleeve. "I know you're in there," he said. His voice was low and rough, and it sent chills down my spine. Azril reached for my hand and squeezed it reassuringly before standing and stepping out in the open. "Here I am," he said. He should have been frightened, but his voice had a casual, almost sarcastic tone. It was the tone of someone who knew that they were going to win, and was making fun of the other person for even trying. It was all a bluff, but at least it made him seem cool. Despite my fear, I couldn't help but smile. The two of them were in a standoff, like an old cowboy movie shootout. He knew that Isabella and I were hiding somewhere in the shop, but I doubted we posed much of a threat to him. Isabella might have taken him by surprise once before, but she probably wasn't going to get that lucky again. Azril clenched his fist and took a step forward, but something stopped him in his tracks before he could pick up speed. He was backing away, eyes wide. I poked my head out to see what it was that had scared him so badly. I couldn't imagine that the single Nightshade Society member would be that much of a threat to him, especially since he had gone out there with so much confidence, even if it was false. The man took Azril's retreat to mean that he was scared of him, and smiled. He started advancing, but Azril wasn't even looking at him. Confused, the man's gaze flitted around the shop before realizing what Azril had actually seen. A shadow figure was forming in the air next to the man. A soul reaper. The man stumbled back, but it was too late. He had backed himself into a corner, and his only path to escape was blocked by the soul reaper. He started visibly trembling, and pressed himself further against the wall in vain. Even if we wanted to help him, there was nothing any of us could do. The shadowy figure of the soul reaper slowly drifted toward him. He looked at us with fear in his eyes, silently begging us to help him. None of us moved, unwilling to help but unable to look away while the soul reaper approached. Once the soul reaper had reached the man, it paused, like it was evaluating him. Then it slowly started to creep over him. I remembered how my experience with the soul reaper had felt. When one came over me in the bookshop after I had found the Codex, I was sure that I was about to die. If I had known what a soul reaper was back then, I would have understood that what I felt wasn't an overreaction at all, and that if I hadn't managed to break away, it would have killed me. The man started to grab at his chest and gasped for air. The soul reaper continued its slow and steady pace, moving over the man and engulfing his entire figure in shadow. The man became more desperate with every inch the soul reaper covered. His face started to go red, and his eyes bulged as he gasped for air. There wasn't anything blocking his throat, and the soul reaper wasn't raising its hands. All it had to do was stand over him to kill him. When the soul reaper had completely covered the man's body, I couldn't see the edges of either of them. The man was entirely covered by the soul reaper, as if the being had melded into his body. And maybe he had. Maybe that's how the soul reapers killed their victims. Slowly infiltrating their essence and stopping all their organs from moving. The name suggested something else, something that was more mystical than that. I wouldn't know for sure how soul reapers worked until I had the chance to consult the Codex. Isabella and I emerged from our hiding places to stand next to Azril. The three of us stood silently, looking at the man. Neither he nor the soul reaper moved, and I knew that he was dead. The soul reaper was lingering over the body, and I almost thought that it might have been dead too. "What's it doing?" I asked, hoping Azril would know. Azril hesitated before answering. "I'm not sure." Had he never seen a soul reaper before? I needed him to be the one who understood how this world worked. When he first told me about soul reapers, it seemed like he had experienced them before. At least, he knew what they were well enough to identify one and know what it did. But it was possible that he'd never actually seen one take someone's life. "Is it still alive?" Isabella asked. As if in response to her question, the soul reaper started to move again. It was curled on the floor in the same shape of the man's body, but it slowly started to sit upright. The three of us took a step away, but there was nowhere else to run to. The only exit of the store was behind the soul reaper. If we went further back, we would be trapped. Both Isabella and Azril looked to me for help, as if I would figure out some magical way out of the situation. As far as I knew, there weren't any weapons that would work against a soul reaper, and they didn't have a real physical form. My mind raced, trying to figure out what happened the first time I encountered one and what had made it go away. I remembered hearing the bell on the door ring, and a customer calling out. Beyond that, there wasn't anything special that I had done to fight it off. It just disappeared. We were trapped in there, with no hope of escaping. I knew it wasn't my fault. There was no way I could have predicted the Soul Reaper or that the Nightshade Society would find us. The bookshop was always a temporary place for us to hide out, simply because there wasn't a better option. Quickly, I turned to Azril and asked, "Was that the same man who had you trapped in the cave under the waterfall?" Azril nodded to confirm, following my thought process. Isabella looked confused, but was more worried about the Soul Reaper than about anything else at the moment. It didn't solve the problem of how to get out of the shop, but at least we knew where we could go to get away. Soul Reapers might be able to get into the cave, but if they were able to find us in the bookshop, I didn't think there was anywhere that we could be reliably safe from them. I'll distract it, Isabella said. Then we can run. That's a terrible idea, I said. Never gonna work, Azril agreed. Soul Reapers didn't have visible eyes, but I could feel it looking at us in the same way it had looked at the Nightshade Society man before consuming him. There wasn't any time left. We had to go now. Let's just run for it, I suggested. No one had anything to say to that. We were all in agreement that it was a stupid plan, but it was also our only plan. Without needing to coordinate it, we all started running for the door at the same time. This seemed to startle the Soul Reaper, who watched us pass before coming after us. Soul Reapers never looked like they were rushed. Their forms walked like people, but it was as though they didn't need to propel themselves forward with their legs in the same way that humans did. Instead of running, it continued to walk. If I hadn't been able to see how fast it was actually moving, I would have guessed it was moving at a normal pace. As the fastest member of the group, Azril was leading us to the forest. He was doing his best to slow his pace so we could keep up with him, but he was a solid 10 feet ahead of Isabella and me. I kept glancing back to make sure that Isabella was still right behind me, and every time I turned my head, the Soul Reaper was closer to us. We weren't going to be able to outrun it. I tried to pick up my pace, but I couldn't go any faster than I already was. Isabella was even slower, but was able to keep up with me for the time being. It was when I looked back at her again that I tripped. I didn't see that the edge of the sidewalk in front of me was raised higher than the others until it was too late. I went flying across the cement, my jaw and bare knees scraping against the rough surface. Isabella paused next to me, offering me her hand to help me up. I took it and jumped to my feet, and both of us started running again. But that split second of a pause was enough for the Soul Reaper to catch up with Isabella. I was only a few inches ahead of her, but that gave the Soul Reaper the opportunity to reach out for her instead of me. Isabella cried out as the Soul Reaper touched her. I kept running for a second, hoping that both of us would be able to get past it, but Isabella fell to the ground. She frantically scratched at the ground around her, trying to pull herself away, but it was too late. Once she realized this, she looked at me and said, "Run," but I knew I couldn't leave her alone. Ahead of us, Azril had stopped running and was watching in horror as the Soul Reaper moved over Isabella. He wasn't going to tell me that we had to leave her, but I knew that was what he was thinking. I couldn't do it. I couldn't give up on her. I took a few steps away, still not sure what I was going to do. The Soul Reaper was covering almost all of her body, and Isabella had stopped struggling. Her eyes were open, but they were blank, staring up at the sunrise like she was already accepting her fate. I couldn't just stand there and watch my sister die. I needed to help her. If the Soul Reaper saw me coming, it didn't acknowledge my presence. When I got to Isabella's side, I grabbed her arm. For a second, my hand was enveloped in the Soul Reaper's shadow. I felt my heartbeat slow and a sharp pain in my wrist, but I didn't let that stop me from pulling her away. I gave one sharp tug, and she slid out of the Soul Reaper's shadow. The Soul Reaper crept away and hovered for a moment. I thought it was about to attack again, but instead it disappeared. I held on to Isabella, in disbelief that I had actually gotten the Soul Reaper to leave her alone. It took me a moment to realize that she wasn't moving. I could feel her breathing, but she didn't even lift a finger or make any sound. Azril appeared beside me and said, "We have to keep going. It might come back." I nodded numbly and watched as he picked up Isabella's limp body and carried her. With Isabella unable to walk, we couldn't run the rest of the way to the cave. I served as the lookout, making sure that there weren't any Soul Reapers or Nightshade Society members after us, but there wasn't anything to worry about. We had escaped them, at least for the moment. I had left the Codex behind in the employee room of the bookshop, along with both my phone and Isabella's, which had been in our jacket pockets. The only thing that I could do was follow Azril as he made his way to the cave, hopeful that he knew where he was going. The carved stone key was still in place on the door under the waterfall. It looked like no one else had been there since Azril, and I had left it. I couldn't be sure it was entirely safe, but we didn't have anywhere else to go. I pushed the door open and walked in, barely registering anything about the room other than the fact that there wasn't any present danger. I quickly swept all the papers and various tools off the table, and then Azril laid Isabella down on it. She looked like she was just settling down for a nap. Her eyelids were half open, and she was breathing slowly. Azril stepped away, giving me some space with her. The room was small, only about 10 feet long and 8 feet wide, so there wasn't really anywhere for him to go, but he did his best. I took Isabella's hand and watched her. She wasn't going to wake up suddenly. I knew that. But that knowledge didn't stop me from waiting around like she was about to say something. My brain couldn't wrap around the idea that Isabella was going to stay quiet, that she wasn't going to start bragging about her honors society or graduating early, or that she was beautiful and perfect in every way. I might never be mad at her again or jealous. All I wanted was to be able to get slushies with her and be annoyed. I wanted my sister back. I shook her shoulder gently at first, then harder. "Isabella," I called, my voice rough from impending tears. "You have to wake up." She didn't react at all. Her breathing stayed even, but her eyes didn't even twitch. "Please. Please, Isabella. Just wake up." I didn't realize I was crying until my tears fell onto her. I gasped for breath and leaned back, trying to compose myself. Azril was looking away respectfully, but there was no way he wasn't listening. It was silent for a moment, the only sound in the room coming from the gentle echo of the waterfall outside. "She's not going to awaken," Azril said, his voice soft. I had never heard him be so compassionate before. I was suddenly seeing an entirely new side of him, one that I wished I had seen before. It didn't matter anymore. I didn't care about his attitude, and might have actually preferred his usual dismissive tone. I wanted something to be angry at that wasn't myself. If I hadn't dragged Isabella into this, if I had only said the right thing to get her to go back home after we went to the gas station, if I hadn't tripped, and she hadn't helped me back to my feet, none of this would have happened. She was supposed to go back to school in a few days. She was supposed to be a doctor. I looked at her blank, peaceful face and knew that Azril was right. She wasn't going to wake up. There was nothing either of us could do to help her, and I doubted that a doctor would have any solution either. When a Soul Reaper had gotten to me, I could have easily ended up like the Nightshade Society member, or like Isabella. I must have gotten out at just the right time to be able to recover and not have any lasting effects. I backed away from the table, and Isabella to lean against the wall next to Azril. He fidgeted with his hands, unsure of what to do before finally shoving them into his pockets. I appreciated that he didn't say meaningless things to placate me, and instead let me grieve in my own way. My legs started to shake, and I slid down the wall and sat on the ground before they could give out entirely. I hugged my knees to my chest and stared blankly ahead of me, almost not realizing that Azril had sat next to me, his shoulder touching mine. I rested my head on his shoulder, and he didn't move away. Later I would probably regret having to be comforted by him, but at the moment I couldn't stop myself. I needed to feel like I wasn't alone. I don't get it. Why did the Soul Reaper attack Isabella? What did it want with her? I wiped away tears from my eyes, wishing that Azril wasn't there to see me break down. Soul Reapers don't side with anyone, Azril explained. It wasn't anything she did. That's just their nature. Then why do they seem so intent on finding us? I asked. Maybe it's not all of us that they want. Maybe it's only you. His words stung, but he didn't intend for them to hurt me. When I thought about it, the Soul Reapers did seem to be attracted to me. If Azril hadn't seen one up close until he was around me, and they had singled me out before, he could have been right. But there wasn't anything special about me. I wasn't magical, and I didn't have any powers. I wasn't significant in any way, other than that I was Vincent Chamberlain's great-great-granddaughter. If Soul Reapers didn't care about good or evil or which side you were on, they wouldn't have any reason to target me because of my ancestry. What now? I asked, meaning what were we going to do with Isabella? You need to take her to one of your hospitals. They can keep her stable, but there's nothing else that they can do. It seemed impossible that she was fine one second, and then almost completely gone the next. I had no idea what I was going to tell my parents or the doctors. That would be a problem for another time, though. When the sun came up again, and my parents started wondering where their daughters were, I would have to bring her back to them. For the few hours I had until then, I sat with Azril, keeping a silent vigil over my sister's body. I should have been spending time forming a plan for what I was going to tell my family about Isabella, but I had other things on my mind. I was searching for a real way to help my sister. A method that didn't mean she had to spend the rest of her life lying in a hospital bed, unaware of her surroundings. When Azril first told me about the secret to immortality that was supposedly hidden in the Chamberlain Codex, I agreed with him that it needed to be kept hidden from the Nightshade Society. No one was supposed to be immortal. Immortality gave people too much power, and you could never ensure that it would be used for good. But when I thought about Isabella, I felt differently. Maybe if we were able to find whatever it was that granted immortality, it would be able to cure Isabella. If it could make someone immortal, why shouldn't it be able to restore Isabella? She was a good person. If she was immortal, she would use the power to help other people. I knew that. Azril thought that we were going to find what Vincent had created that had the power to make someone immortal so that we could destroy it. But I had other plans. I could work with him as long as I needed to, and at the last second I'd use it on Isabella. It was my fault that she was half dead. And it was up to me to save her. Even if that meant risking everything.
I hope you've enjoyed this latest production. Don't forget to subscribe and to ring the bell to be notified of new releases.